internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. Where's my phone? Damn it! I really thought I had everything for once, and I've left my phone in another room.
I can entertain them if you'd like.
Please entertain people for 10 seconds while I get my flippin' phone.
No problem. Hello. Hello. I know you're out there. I can hear you breathing. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime. Oops.
I heard the Bugs Bunny frog song.
Yeah, sorry. I stopped quickly.
Thank you.
No.
YouTube is still listening. If they're going to shut me down, it's going to be now. You know how
douchebag. Yeah.
They get about music.
Yeah.
They really do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they do get bitchy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Standard disclaimers. I'm still trying to recall what exactly happened last week, other than Christian Grey publicly kidnapping a woman and physically assaulting her on a very public downtown street. And apparently nobody noticed. Guy who gets recognized seemingly everywhere they go.
And yet not a pin drop.
No videos going viral on TMZ and Real Star of world famous billionaire Christian Grey seen picking up screaming woman, throwing her over his shoulder and slapping her hard on the ass. just nobody felt the need to whip out their phone in that moment. We also learned that his petty jealousy extends so far as to insist that she have a gay man cut her hair. Because having a straight man cut her hair would somehow...
God forbid.
I don't even know what that would be, but to Christian Grey's delusional mind...
Well, I mean, what mind?
No, it's like, what, dude? What? The straight hairdresser is somehow a challenge to your, what? Ownership? Property? Control? Domination?
Penis size.
That too. Oh, yes. Like I said, as much as the book would like us to believe Christian Grey is, 12 inches at least, I beg to differ.
I very, very much doubt that. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, we also know he has, like, the staying power of a gnat. Like, that is something that him and Maxim in the other book have in common. They both last, like, half a paragraph once they actually get to the deed.
Not even a 2-pump chump, they're a 1-pump chump.
Yes, and neither of them knows what foreplay is.
Oh, of course.
And I'm looking for Snickerdoodles, and I bet she's still sleeping, cuddled up with her puppy.
No.
Yes, they were having a lazy day. Sasha needed her belly rubbed.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Nightwolf.
Nightwolf. Whoop whoop.
Ow.
Ow.
Okay. All rise for the national anthem. Quack, 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 quack.
Yep.
Still struggling with consent? Just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea. Thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Thank you for your rapt attention.
I don't know if you remember Third Rock Sun.
Yes, you're doing the MASH salute, not the Third Rock salute. I knew you were going for Third Rock and you got it wrong. Third Rock is this.
Oh yeah, that's right.
This is MASH. This is Hawkeye.
Friggin'
Or
awesome.
this. He also does the face sideways salute, and he does the backward salute. There's only 2 times in the history of series that he ever throws a proper salute at someone. One is Henry when he's leaving, the other is Radar when he's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Sithel!
Hello.
Did you bring your dragons?
Rawr.
And just to keep everyone up to date, I am serious that the ducks are coming. Hopefully next week there will be ducks.
Quack.
Yes, and also yes, my hair is super short. I cut it all off. Okay, see, it's just this. This is all that is left.
Mm.
It's really short on the back. I gotta neaten this up a little bit. But yeah, shaved part of it. I'm probably gonna shave more on the sides, do panels, and then spike it up. Thank you. It's been about 3 days of trimming, but it's starting to resemble, a decent haircut. Just needs a little refinement, but I always do my hair myself.
Mm-hmm.
And since I was like 18 and I discovered that I looked into what was supposed to be like a cheap salon, and they still wanted $80 just to wash and blow dry my hair. Not even cut or style, just wash and blow dry. They wanted $80 because I had long hair. Yeah, one of the things women,
I know, right?
There's like women get ripped off on haircuts, dry cleaning, and razors the most. I want to know why I have to pay $15 for a razor.
Ooh.
I heard that.
Yeah, that was my knuckle.
I make up my face. All right. So really all that happened last week was he took her to the salon run by Mrs. Robinson. She got pissed. He didn't understand why she was pissed. Then he kidnapped her and still had a stylist from Mrs. Robinson's salon come to do her hair after she expressly said she didn't want anything to do with the salon or anyone from it. But this is also after, and I swear to God this happened, as he's working up to kidnapping her and they're arguing on a public street, she decides that him insisting, because there is now a security threat from Ghost Girl, that she must come back to his place because that's the only way for her to be safe, is if he officially locks her away in the tower. And this is when she actually says she's going to take a stand against his controlling behavior.
Oh, shit.
This ends with her being thrown over his shoulder and beaten because he doesn't like that she's resisting him and is quite willing to publicly kidnap her because apparently nobody in the immediate vicinity had a cell phone in 2015. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, E.L. James, you fucked up by not including, like, the picture of her over his shoulder made, like, national headlines in all the local papers the next morning, and that he's dealing with that, and, oh, her mother saw it, and now she has questions, and...
Yeah.
Night Wolf, it's I know right. We've lost Deadpool to his sketching.
Oh, sorry. I'm listening. Multitask.
Multitasking is good. So that's where we find ourselves. Oh, I think they were going to a thing. Oh yeah, this is the masquerade ball scene where, yeah, he put the silver balls in her vagina and made her wear them in public, and
Oh my goodness.
which she didn't want to do, but now they're at a charity ball thing and they're fighting over the money that he gave her for the car that she doesn't want. And I think this is a scene where we meet his therapist. I can't remember if his therapist was actually in the book, like actually as a character, or just mentioned in passing. Because I know they were seen in the masquerade scene in the movie, but I don't believe they ever had an actual conversation. I don't know. Movie was light on extras. That's all I'm gonna say. The masquerade scene was like the only scene that felt lived in. But they definitely spent all their money on the talent.
What talent?
Oh, not with the leads. No, not the leads. Everyone around it who has paid tons and tons of money to make it look like a decent movie. Because if you don't have story or dialogue, you better make it look good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chapter 7. Holy shit! Did I really just do that? It must be the alcohol. I've had champagne plus 4 glasses of 4 different wines. How are you not about to throw up?
Mm-hmm.
4 different wines and champagne. I'd puke on principle. Also, who does that? Who does that? Why would you? Why? Pick one drink. You're at a fancy ass party. Whatever you want, they got it. I glance up at Christian, who's busy applauding. Crap. He's going to be so angry. And we've been getting along so well. When? When in the fuck were you getting along well? I call bullshit.
I call double bullshit.
You have had 0 periods of getting along well.
Mm-mm.
My subconscious has finally decided to make an appearance, and she's wearing her Edvard Munch the Scream face. I swear, I've been feeling better all day, and always right at 8 o'clock. The congestion, the coughing, the stuffy, my chest is killing me. Yeah, that base. This is her subconscious base right now. Okay, stuffiness needs to go away. I was over this freaking cold until my bank blew up my fucking life and I had to go out unexpectedly and then woke up sicker than ever. Still arguing with my bank, by the way. They still have their head firmly up their ass.
Good luck dislodging that.
Well, I think they know they fucked up because they offered me financial compensation. The problem is we disagreed on an appropriate amount, and then the guy had the mistake of trying to bully me, which did not work and is not going to.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You fucking moron.
Oh, he made it very clear that, like, he was making this call as a go-away gesture. They've not looked into how things went so wrong at all.
Of course.
At one point, when I said, like, okay, what's your answer on, like, why did this thing happen or this thing happen? He's like, well, we can investigate if you want us to. I'm sorry, for your own benefit, you don't want to investigate how multiple fuck-ups happened?
Mm-hmm.
Like, including false information on my account? Really?
Mm-hmm.
You're a banking institution. You don't think you need to investigate how you let this happen? And then you want to try and blow me off like that?
No.
So now somebody is supposed to call sometime next week, but apparently they're too important to actually make an appointment time, so they'll call whenever. Let's hope this one knows what they're talking about. Christian leans over me, a large fake smile plastered across his face. He kisses my cheek and then moves closer to whisper in my ear in a very cold, controlled voice. I don't know whether to worship at your feet or spank the living shit out of you. These are phrases that do not go together.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I want right now. To gaze up at him, blinking through my mask. Oh, I gaze up at him, blinking through my mask. I just wish I could read what was in his eyes. Well, he's got a fake smile on, so I'm guessing his eyes are pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take option...
Yeah.
I'll take option 2, please. I whisper
I'll take
frantically as he applies.
Alex?
Yeah, so she just said, yeah, spank the living shit out of me. That's what I want.
Yeah. Even though she's previously said, no.
Yes, she's previously said never, ever, like, go too far with the spanking. A little light with the hand is okay, but definitely not what he did walking down the street, because that was not spanking. That was purely out of anger, and that was purely about physically controlling her in the moment through violence. That's what that was.
It's fucked up.
It was very fucked up. Ow. I need to vacuum out my chest. That'll be fine. Thank you. His lips part as he inhales sharply. Oh, that chiseled mouth. I want it on me now. When did she get so horny?
Well, like you said, they have 2 states: fuck, fight and fuck.
Right now they're doing both.
Yeah.
I ache for him. He gives me a radiant, sincere smile that leaves me breathless. Suffering, are you? We'll have to see what we can do about that. He murmurs as he runs his fingers along my jaw. Just also keep in mind she's got Benoit balls inside her that I imagine are having some effect, though having actually used them, I gotta say, didn't find much to recommend. Unless you're actually gonna fuck while you're using them, I don't get the point. His touch resonates deep inside where that ache has spawned and grown. I want to jump him right here, right now. But we sit back to watch the auction of the next lot. I can barely sit still. Christian drapes an arm around my shoulders, his thumb rhythmically stroking my back, sending delicious tingles down my spine. His free hand clasps mine, bringing it to his lips and then letting it rest on his lap. Because he wants her to jerk him off under the table, I guarantee you.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yep. Slowly and surreptitiously, so I don't realize his game until it's too late. He eases my hand up his leg and against his erection. Yep.
Oh, gee, surprise, surprise.
I'm telling you, Christian Grey, he's got, like, some serious fucked up issues with his adopted family, because every time he's around them, he has to do something like this. Like something where if he gets caught at this, especially because they're at a masquerade ball that his family is throwing in their home, like if he gets caught, if somebody notices, it would be like a major scandal, disaster. His mom would like faint with embarrassment probably. But he always acts like this. Anytime they're around his family, he has this need to publicly sexually humiliate her. Because he's definitely getting off on it in some way of doing
Yeah.
it while his family is around or in public, like the elevators. He's got like some kind of like voyeurism fetish something going on.
Or I think that would be more like exhibitionism.
Yeah, exhibitionism. Thank you. I couldn't
are-
get the right word, but yeah. Yeah, and it's
You-
also
Meant though.
what?
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. It's also very much him pulling a look what I can do. I'm so rich and powerful, I can do this, and nobody's gonna say anything to me.
No, he's gonna say boo.
Exactly. You know, it's that moment in the Thomas Crown affair and we don't know who he is yet, and he's walking into the building and he cuts in front of these guys, and the one guy's like, "Hey, what do you think, you own the building?" And the other guy's like, "Come on, he does own the building." and yeah, it's that. It's that.
Mm-hmm.
It's I can do whatever the fuck I want because I'm rich and powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I gasp and my eyes dart in panic around the table, but all eyes are fixed on the stage. Thank heavens for my mask, this 2-cent piece of plastic that even in the movie looked fucking awful, and I remember thinking, the background extras have better masks than your principal characters. Who fucked up?
Costume design.
They really did. They really fucking did. Taking full advantage, I slowly caress him, letting my fingers explore. Christian keeps his hand over mine, hiding my bold fingers, while his thumb skates softly over the nape of my neck. His mouth opens as he gasps softly, but it's the only reaction I can see to my inexperienced touch. But it means so much. He wants me. Everything south of my navel contracts. This is becoming unbearable. It's not news that he wants you, and believe me, when it comes to hand jobs, there's no such thing as inexperienced. It's not that complicated, and the guys really don't care how skilled you are because they can't tell the difference.
You know, I thought something something really, really cruel but funny she could do. She could like edge him, like just constantly.
Oh,
just
yeah.
fuck
That is the thing that I think would make Christian Grey get extremely violent very quickly.
Oh yeah. But like, what's he gonna do?
Yeah, you'd have to like edge him and then leave.
Yeah. Run.
Yeah, run. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because he does it to her.
Mm-hmm.
A week by Lake Andrea in Montana is the final lot for auction. Of course, Mr. and Dr. Grey have a house in Montana, and the bidding escalates rapidly, but I'm barely aware of it. I feel him growing beneath my fingers, and it makes me feel so powerful.
Alrighty then.
Said no, no like teenage girl ever.
Mm-hmm.
Sold for $110,000, the MC declares victoriously. The whole room bursts into applause, and reluctantly I follow, as does Christian, ruining our fun. He turns to me and his lips twitch. Ready? He mouths over the rapturous cheering. Yes, I mouth back. Anna, Mia calls. It's time. What? No, not again. Time for what? The first dance auction. Come on.
Oh.
Yes, because of course the girlfriend's been drafted into this. They've met her once. This is like the first time she's meeting the majority of his family, and they literally are about to auction her off. She stands and holds out her hand. I glance at Christian, who is, I think, scowling at Mia, and I don't know whether to laugh or cry. But it's laughter that wins. I succumb to a cathartic bubble of schoolgirl giggles as we are thwarted once more by the tall pink powerhouse that is Mia Gray. Christian peers at me. After a beat, there's a ghost of a smile on his lips. The first dance will be with me, okay? And it won't be on the dance floor, he murmurs lasciviously into my ear. My giggles subside as anticipation fans the flames of my need. Oh, yes. My inner goddess performs a perfect triple sow cow in her ice skates. That's a hell of a feat.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to it. I lean over and plant a soft, chaste kiss on his mouth. Glancing around, I realize that our fellow guests at the table are astonished. Of course, they've never seen Christian with a date before. He smiles broadly, and he looks happy. Come on, Anna, Mia nags. Taking her outstretched hand, I follow her onto the stage where 10 more young women have assembled. I note with vague unease that Lily is one of them. Who the fuck is she?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember there being a Lily, so I have no idea.
Mm.
Gentlemen, the highlight of the evening, the MC booms over a babble of voices, the moment you've been waiting for. These 12 lovely ladies have agreed to auction their first dance to the highest bidder. This isn't fucking rich people being creepy at all.
Mm-mm.
Like, I'm sorry, I grew up with a couple, in high school, I knew a couple girls that were raised in not exactly this level of wealth, but pretty fucking close. And they
Mm.
did, like, the debutante ball shit. Growing up, they were forced into it, and, like, cotillion and shit like that. So, and I got drafted into a couple of events as their friends.
Ooh.
Yeah. Seriously, I've not been coughing all day, and suddenly, right when, like, evening hits, there's an elephant on my chest, and I can't stop coughing. Like, I've been fine all day, or mostly fine, but need Vicks cough drops. You know, I heard they don't make those anymore, for which I'm gonna cry, if
Yeah.
that's true. I don't know. Someone told me they don't make the Vicks hard candy cough drops anymore, and those things work so good. Hi, Persnickety!
Persnickety!
Where's my puppy? Oh, also, Persnickety, do warn Sasha that next week, because we expect there to be ducks next week, she is not
What?
to attack these ducks. These are good ducks.
Mm-hmm.
These are friendly ducks. So no chewing them.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck? Sorry. I just had like a big blurp of ink.
Don't do that. So now Persnickety, you've arrived just in time for impressionable young women to be auctioned off to the highest bidder, because this is what rich people do.
Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
Yeah. I was at an event where they had something pretty much exactly like this. Only that was with underage girls, because somehow that was fine because it was for charity. A lot of things that are creepy are fine if they're for charity.
Yeah, right. Oh.
You just tell Sasha what I said. She knows where her belly is rubbed. She will behave.
Mm-hmm.
How did I not make that joke first? But no, like seriously, you want a real story of that? Check out Noel Kessler talking about Trump inspecting the contestants at the Miss USA pageant, which he literally did in a room full of people. Repeatedly. Like every year. He would line up underage girls and physically inspect them, including touching them while doing so, and making notes on their breasts and butt.
What the?
So lost Deadpool to like ADHD land.
What?
Yeah, you didn't hear a word I said in the last like 3 minutes.
No, I did. Trump lining up underage girls and
Yeah.
inspecting even
What are you
physically.
What are you drawing, by the way? Hello,
No,
it's
just
strange.
random shit like aliens and spaceships and stuff.
So good things to be drawing.
Yep.
But everyone say hello to the new person. Yes, he did. I've heard that. I've actually heard those clips. Yeah, that he used to go backstage into the dressing room with the teen girls, and he was the only one allowed because, quote, I'm inspecting it because I own the pageant. And you walk in and they're half naked everywhere. Talking about underage girls on a public radio show. Like, that's the thing. Like, I know Howard Stern back in the day was known for, he kind of like pioneered the whole shock jock thing, you know, and he got kicked off several radio networks and several TV shows and several other things for what came out of his mouth because he,
Hey,
if anybody has no filter. But yeah, like, yeah, Trump publicly has bragged about doing things that are felonies, and it's like for 40 years nobody noticed. Oh, I still have no idea who Lily is. Oh no, I blush from head to toe. I hadn't realized what this meant. How humiliating. How did you not know? They said, do you agree to auction off your first dance? What the hell did you think that meant? It's for a good cause, Mia hisses at me, sensing my discomfort. Besides, Christian will win. She rolls her eyes. I can't imagine him letting anyone outbid him. He hasn't taken his eyes off you all evening. The sister she's right there. She knows her brother. She's right. Yes, focus on the good cause. And Christian is bound to win. Let's face it, he's not short of a dime or two. Yeah, also, he's an obsessive, controlling jerk who's not going to let another man dance with you. Not while he's still alive.
Not while he draws breath.
No. Pistols at dawn would occur first. But it means spending more money on you, my subconscious snarls at me. But I don't want to dance with anyone else. I can't dance with anyone else. And it's not spending money on me. He's donating it to a charity. Like the $24,000 he already spent? My subconscious narrows her eyes. Shit. I seem to have gotten away with my impulse bid. Why am I arguing with myself? Yeah, she spent the $24,000 on whatever she bought and gave it to the charity because she didn't want it and he wouldn't take it back. So there you go. It's her money. She can do what she wants.
Remember, kids, called JG Wentworth.
Okay.
Not sponsored by hashtag not sponsored by JG Wentworth.
I have no clue who they are. So.
It's like a cash loan place.
Oh, one of those. Okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, pray gather round and take a good look at what could be yours for the first dance. Oh my God! It gets worse. 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 No. Listen. Just listen. This is the full thing exactly as it's written. Now, gentlemen, pray gather round and take a good look at what could be yours for the first dance. 12 comely and compliant wenches.
Hold on a second.
Comely and compliant wenches. And this is like a high-end masquerade theme party. This is not Talk Like a Pirate Day party. We're not on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disney where they eventually discontinued the wench auction in 2020 because somebody pointed out that it was sexist after they'd been running it for 40 years. Yeah, Disney only notices stuff when people point it out to them, like, you know, not having, there are alligators in our pond, so don't let them eat your 2-year-old signs.
Wow.
That happened.
Oh my god.
But
My-
hey, they decided that just because you have Disney Plus streaming service doesn't mean that if your wife dies in their restaurant in the park that you can't sue them. They tried to argue that.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that on like the trending on Google. I was like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck is
Yeah.
this?"
No, a woman died of an anaphylactic reaction in a restaurant at a Disney like World place, or Disneyland or Disney World, one of the two. But it was their restaurant, it was on their property, and they're being sued for wrongful death, of course. And they actually tried to say that because the husband signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus streaming service, and they have like a mile-long page of fine print, somewhere in there it says that if you ever sue them, you have already agreed to binding arbitration in anything. After receiving global backlash for how stupid this sounded, they dropped their attempt to force him into arbitration and said, no, if he wants a jury trial, he can have that.
Well, I mean, don't fuck with the House of Mouse, but
Oh, true. Yeah.
they got lawyers out the fucking wazoo.
Oh, yeah. Like everybody knows, you don't fuck with the mouse. The mouse recently like beat the entire state of Florida and basically declared themselves a sovereign country, right under DeSantis' stupid nose.
Yeah.
That was funny. I mean, they are more powerful and evil than ever, but funny. Well, when it's a lawsuit, you got to go where the money is. You go after the deepest pockets, and that's definitely Disney.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine Disney would offer $1 million just to settle this.
Yep.
Because you got to think, their legal bills are going to be astronomical
Mm-hmm.
trying to fight something like this. So it's a question of like, which is the least costful, because they don't care about reputation or they don't care about precedent. It's a question. It's all numbers for them.
Mm-hmm.
What is going to cost me less, settling this or fighting this? So we have 12 comely and compliant wenches. Geez, I feel like I'm in a meat market.
I wonder why.
I watch horrified as at least 20 men make their way to the stage, Christian included, moving with an easy grace between the tables and pausing to say a few hellos on the way. Once the bidders are assembled, the MC begins. Ladies and gentlemen, in the tradition of the masquerade, shall we maintain the mystery behind the masks and stick to first names only? First up, we have the lovely Jada, or Jada, Jada, however you say that.
Jada. Like,
Jada.
Jada.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Jada is giggling like a schoolgirl, too. Maybe I won't be so out of place. She's dressed head to foot in navy taffeta with matching mask. Two young men step forward immediately. Lucky Jada. Jada speaks fluent Japanese as a qualified fighter pilot and an Olympic gymnast. The MC winks. Gentlemen, what am I bid? In other words, like, she's an Olympic gymnast, meaning she's flexible. I'm sorry, you are just selling these women for a dance, right? Because you're acting like you're pimping them out here. Which you are, but it's a question of degrees.
Yeah.
Oh, this is definitely pimping.
Oh, yeah. No. It's just, ugh.
Oh, my God. Freaking neck. Better.
That.
Oh, God. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Jada gasps, astounded by the MC. Obviously, he's talking complete garbage. Oh, so he's just making shit up. That's great. That somehow makes it worse. She grins shyly back at the two contenders. $1,000, one calls. Very quickly, the bidding escalates to 5,000. Going once, going twice, sold, the MC declares loudly to the gentleman in the mask. And of course, all the men are wearing masks, so there's hoots of laughter, applause, and cheering. Jada beams at her purchaser and quickly exits the stage. See? This is fun, whispers Mia. I hope Christian wins you, though. We don't want to brawl, she adds. Brawl? I answer, horrified. Oh, yes. He was very hot-headed when he was younger. She shudders. Yeah, I can imagine.
Younger?
Christian, like, yeah, when? He's like 24. Like, Christian brawling? Refined, sophisticated, likes Tudor choral music Christian? I can't see it. Really? I call so much bullshit that you can't see that he has an incredibly violent side, you of all people, when he said that he achieved sexual release by beating women who look like his dead mother because he's still mad at her. But no, you're surprised to find out he has a violent side?
No, Culver.
Also, he told her this. He told her that he was hell when he was a teenager and he got in a lot of trouble doing stupid shit. He told her this.
Oh.
Also, persnickety, do you like my hair? It's all short now.
Mhm.
It's all short. Oh, also, I forgot one of 3 plugs for my PayPal Survival Fund. How have I not done a shot yet? Shots are 10. Handcuffs, which are right here, are available for 25. I still have marks a little bit from last week. Also, by the way, after last week, I could not feel the back of my hand at all the next day, and I still have like partial numbness. But it's getting better, and I know what caused it. So, handcuffs are available. I have the good ones. Okay, stop doing the face. Do not ever do that again.
Sorry.
I will put you in timeout. You know what? I'm gonna make a cartoon picture of a doghouse for timeout. So instead of you, it'll just be a doghouse with like a countdown clock of like 3 minutes on it.
Dog pool.
Dog pool! Yes, I will find a picture of dog pool. Did anyone else recognize dog pool, by the way? Because I did. Because I remember, I always look at the ugliest dog of the year photos, so I remembered dog pool from a couple of years ago. You know, if it came out that this started as a test project for ChatGPT and then somehow just got turned into a book accidentally, would we really be shocked? Oh, and I looked into the movie this afternoon just to see where it stands. It doesn't look like anything has moved too much. It's still listed as either in development or in production on all of the various IMDb pages, including all the European ones that I am able to read or translate. There's still a few articles being picked up in like German, Russian, French, you know, so very much a UK production, it looks like, but I haven't seen any filming locations listed or production dates yet. I'm betting anything they're either like stalled for the end of the year or they're having extreme casting difficulty, because 50 Shades had casting difficulty. It delayed them several times because they cast and lost their leads 5 separate times before they got to filming. Same knuckle?
No, different one.
All right. Why are there so many wires? Not going to spill in the book. First one of the evening.
Cut the blue wire. Sorry. Do that.
What? Rain freeze?
No, the third rock.
Yeah. You gotta do the turnaround. Yeah. Because it's the slap and then the salute. Yeah. And I still love that. I still love who they got to play the big giant head.
And then when the message ends, you
Yep. Yeah, that was his idea.
Really?
Yeah, because he thought that receiving the transmission was such a neurological thing that he would have some kind of a neurological effect when it left. So he went with sneezing. Because it was something he could do that he thought was funny.
Also, fucking Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He's awesome.
Ugh.
What
I'm
the?
gonna take a bath at all the chicken soup. Eh. Okay, she's surprised he has a violent side because she's stupid.
Sorry.
Gentlemen, may I present the wonderful Mariah? What are we going to do about Mariah? She's an experienced matador, plays the cello to concert standard, and she's a champion pole vaulter. How about that, gentlemen? What am I bid, please, for a dance with the delightful Mariah? So he's just making up shit about whatever. Mariah glares at the MC and someone yells very loudly, $3,000. It's a masked man with blonde hair and a beard. There's one counter bid, but Mariah sells for $4,000. You know, when you have the names of women followed by sells for, you should maybe reconsider what the fuck you are writing. Because I'm writing a very dark and twisted tale that involves occasionally horrific things, but I've never written anything like that. You know, I've had to research stuff that turned my stomach, but I've never written anything that made me sick.
Mm-hmm.
Christian is watching me like a hawk. Brawler Trevelyan Gray, who would have known? And yes, for those in the know, his mom's name is Trevelyan. That's why it's Maxim's name in the other books, because it's an Easter egg. Also, there's like a pretty provable theory that Maxim's mother and Christian's mother could be the same person, and they are actually half brothers.
Damn.
Yeah, I was able to put together a fairly decent conspiracy theory with that from what's in the two books. It works to a level. How long ago? I asked Mia. She glances at me nonplussed. How long ago was Christian brawling? Early teens. Drove my parents crazy. Coming home with cut lips, black eyes, he was expelled from 2 schools. He inflicted some serious damage on his opponents. I gape at her. Hasn't he told you? Yes, he did. Not in a lot of detail, but he did tell her. She sighs. He's got quite a bad rep among my friends. He was really persona non grata for a few years, but it stopped when he was about 15 or 16. She shrugs. Holy fuck, another piece of the jigsaw falls into place. That's when Mrs. Robinson started abusing him.
Mm-hmm.
So, what am I bid for the gorgeous Jill? $4,000, a deep voice calls from the left side. Jill squeals in delight. How young are these girls, by the way? Is Anastasia the only college age one? Because I'm thinking yes.
Yeah.
I stopped paying attention to the auction. So Christian was in that kind of trouble at school. Fighting? I wonder why. I stare at him. Lily is watching us closely. And now allow me to introduce the beautiful Anna. Oh shit, that's me. That would be me too if I'm on stage. I'd get distracted by everything and then hear my name and be like, what? What? Oh, right. Thing. I would entirely be about it. Yes, he did. And the thing is, Christian didn't know about it. His sister volunteered Anna to be bid on. He didn't like it. And we know that he's going to win because he's never in a million years going to let another man dance with her. Oh, I know. He's the least complicated puzzle in the history of ever.
Remember, this is the same guy that flipped out because a straight guy was gonna
cut her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, last week we had him insisting on hiring the gay hairdresser from Mrs. Robinson's salon after she told him she didn't want anything to do with Mrs. Robinson's salon, and how dare you take me there, you fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but then he kidnapped her and beat her in public after she said she was taking a stand, so...
C'est la vie.
No, persnickety, you missed it last week. He physically did this. Because he said due to the stalker threat, which he is still lying to her about, that she needs to live at his place under his security.
Oh, lying?
Yeah, no, he's lying to her because it's more serious than she knows about because he's hiding details from her. So she doesn't realize quite how bad or how dangerous it is, but he does. So that's why he was saying, no, you can't go to your own apartment, even though I've just hired round-the-clock security for you that could protect you anywhere. No, you have to come to my apartment where I can watch your every move and you're under my control and blah, 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 even though
Every
he's not
breath
supposed to be
you
controlling.
take,
Yes,
every
literally.
you make.
And when she said no and tried to actually, quote, take a stand, he threw her over his shoulder, hit her on the ass extremely hard because she was screaming, and yeah, kidnapped her to his place. And somehow nobody on a downtown Seattle busy street took out their phone and filmed this, like, you know, a billion people would have. But yeah, threw her over his shoulder and physically beat her purely out of compliance. You cannot even pretend. I don't care how much. You can be the most hardcore defender of this book. That one scene, there's no way in hell you can say he was doing it as a consensual thing or a punishment thing. It was violence for the sake of violence because she wasn't doing what he wanted and he was mad. You know, we really got to get you a camera mount.
Yeah, I know.
Or introduce you to sticky tack. You know, that stuff they have at the dollar store? It's also really fun to play with, and you can steal it off the backs of posters at school as long as you don't get caught. And the poster doesn't fall down on you.
Squirrel!
No, that's where you run and go, wasn't me. Yeah. Yeah.
That's where you go, oh my god, it's squirrel!
Yeah, run! You know, when you're little, something goes wrong, what do? You run!
Beep.
Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter why or in what direction, just run! I glance nervously at Mia and she shoos me to the center stage. Fortunately, I don't fall over, but stand embarrassed as hell on display for everyone. When I look at Christian, he's smirking at me. The bastard. Beautiful Anna plays 6 musical instruments, speaks fluent Mandarin, and is keen on yoga. Well, gentlemen, before he can even finish the sentence, Christian interrupts him, glaring at the MC through his mask. $10,000. I hear Lily's gasp of disbelief behind me. Yeah, right. Okay, ew. Because don't ask me why, but I have tasted sticky tack, and it's gross.
Zathael, no. Bad. Don't make me get the spray bottle.
Should have that for my kitty today. He was torturing the puppy all day.
Oh.
I'm just walking up to him and whacking him for no reason. And then the puppy like gets scared and he runs and goes like, Mommy! Mommy, hide me! Kitty's being mean to me! Help me! Mommy! Pick me up! I need to be picked up! Kitty's being mean to me! And of course, they're being brats in bed last night. Woke me up because Bo went to eat some food and then Kitty didn't want to let him back on the bed. And he was going, help me! Help me! Help me! Kitty's being mean! Won't let me on the bed with Mommy! I'm supposed to be on the bed with Mommy! What am I going to do? Help! 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 He may have. Kitty has not been seen on his box for a couple days, but it got moved, and I think he's like pissed off. So I'm gonna try moving it back. But if he doesn't spend the next couple days on it after I move it back tonight, the box is going. He can make a new box. He's had this one for like at least a month. That's a long time for, you know, the lifetime of one of his boxes. Plus, I've been, like, avoiding sweeping that whole area because I didn't want to disturb his box. So, I kind of need to sweep the place. So, we have $10,000. Oh, fuck. 15. What? We all turn as one to a tall, impeccably dressed man standing to the left of the stage.
Let me guess.
I blink at 50. Shit. What will he make of this? But he's scratching his chin and giving the stranger an ironic smile. It's obvious Christian knows him. The stranger nods politely to Christian. I swear to God, if this was the Phantom of the Opera, this would make it so much cooler.
I know who it is.
I know who it is too. Yep. Well, gentlemen, we have high rollers in the house this evening. The MC's excitement emanates through his harlequin mask as he beams at Christian. This is a great show, but it's at my expense. I want to wail. 20, counters Christian quietly. The babble of the crowd has died. Everyone is staring at me. Christian and Mr. Mysterious by the stage. 25, the stranger says. Could this be any more embarrassing? Yeah, no, that's yes. Well, in this case, it's not.
Ta-da!
In this case, spoiler: the counter bidder is Christian's therapist, and he's just doing it to rile him up and like kind of as a joke. So
Oh.
he's not actually attracted to Anastasia. He's just doing it to get at Christian. If I remember correctly, that's how it's supposed to be. But there could have been other characters cut out that I don't know about. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure it's the therapist, and by the way, this is proving that he's a very terrible therapist to antagonize a patient that he knows is like prone to volatile explosions and has become obsessed with this girl to the point where the therapist really should be like having him involuntarily committed because he's crossed several lines and broken dozens of laws. But E.L. James went to the
by now.
Now, E.L. James went to the M. Night Shyamalan School of Writing Bad Therapists. I will say the only part in Split that lets the movie down, it's a fantastic movie. The only part that lets it down is the therapist in it is the dumbest therapist in the history of ever. Now, I realize movies require therapists to be god-awful at their job, but this took it to a whole other level. And by the way, casting, I think her name is Betty Buckley, actually, in Split was supposed to be Knight's apology to her for having cast her in The Happening and the disaster that movie turned into, and she got made fun of for it. So he was trying to apologize to her by casting her in Split. The problem is he cast her as the idiot therapist who definitely should have had her license revoked and ends up getting killed by one of her own clients because she's really, really, really fucking stupid.
Well, yeah.
There was no therapist in the movie? I thought we saw him briefly. I know the stalker guy is at the masquerade ball because that's where he takes the picture of the picture that he then prints out so he can dramatically burn it with a cigarette later. It's so dumb. I know, I know. If you look at the behind the scenes for The Happening, you can catch, they actually caught Shyamalan and Wahlberg arguing over a scene, having a genuinely pissed off discussion mid-filming, and Knight was such an ass to him. Because Wahlberg was pointing out that something in the movie was stupid.
Uh-huh.
All right, we're getting behind. We gotta move.
Focus.
I told you to get that whip sound effect, didn't I?
Yes.
Christian stares at him impassively, but he's amused. All eyes are on Christian. What's he going to do? My heart is in my mouth. I feel sick. You didn't see this coming? $100,000, he says, his voice ringing clear and loud throughout the tent. What the fuck? Lily hisses audible behind me. Lily's got to be like a former girlfriend or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
She probably had like one line. That's why I don't know who she is. A general gasp of dismay and amusement ripples through the crowd. Why dismay? Why is there a gasp of dismay? Because somebody just bid $100,000 for charity.
Yeah, like
seriously. The stranger holds up his hands in defeat, laughing, and Christian smirks at him. From the corner of my eye, I see Mia bouncing up and down with glee. $100,000 for the lovely Anna. Going once, going twice. The MC stares at the stranger, shakes his head with mock regret, and bows chivalrously. Sold, the MC cries out triumphantly. In a deafening round of applause and cheering, Christian steps forward to take my hand and help me from the stage. He gazes at me with an amused grin as I make my way down, kisses the back of my hand, and then tucks it into the crook of his arm and leads me towards the tent's exit. So never mind the dance. They're going to the boat shed or some shit again. Who was that? I ask. He gazes down at me. Someone you can meet later. Right now I want to show you something. We have about 30 minutes until the first dance auction finishes. Then we have to be back on the dance floor so I can enjoy that dance I've paid for. A very expensive dance, I mutter disapprovingly. I'm sure it'll be worth every cent. He smiles down at me wickedly. Oh, he has a glorious smile, and the ache is back, blossoming in my body. She's perpetually horny at this point. Like, that's the thing
Yeah.
with E.L. James characters. They get fucked one time, and suddenly it flips some libido switch, and they're just perpetually horny from that point on. Like, they've discovered the secret magical power of penis, and now they can't live without it.
I don't know if you can hear that.
No, I can't.
God damn it.
We're out on the lawn. I thought we would be heading to the boathouse. See? But disapprovingly, we seem to be headed for the dance floor, where the big band is now set up. There is at least 20 musicians and a few guests milling about, furtively smoking, but since most of the action is back in the tent, we don't attract too much attention. Christian leads me to the rear of the house and opens a French window, leading into a large, comfortable seating room. I'm sorry, what, bitch? I thought, yeah, she said French window, not French doors. Like, my brain is picturing them climbing through a window in evening wear right now. It's not called a French window, for fuck's sake. It's a French door that leads into a large, comfortable sitting room that I've not seen before. Seriously, it says opens a French window. E.L. James is English speaking and writes in English, so this is not a mistranslation. What the actual fuck? He walks through the deserted hall towards the sweeping staircase with its elegant, polished wooden balustrade. Taking my hand from the crook of his arm, he leads me up to the second floor and up another flight of stairs to the third. Opening a white door, he ushers me into one of the bedrooms. This was my room, he says quietly, standing by the door and locking it behind him. Of course he locks her in the room. That's not creepy. That's not creepy at all. It's large, stark, and sparsely furnished. The walls are white, as is the furniture. A double bed, desk, chair, shelves crammed with books and lined with various trophies for kickboxing, by the look of them. So now we know he's won trophies in kickboxing.
Yep.
I don't remember that. But again, we have an all-white room, and this could have been a very interesting visual theme in the movie because all of his spaces are described as being white walls with white furniture. This would have made him a little more interesting because you see that he doesn't do personal space. He doesn't do personal decor. It's about function. He doesn't care what color the walls are or what color the furniture is. It's I need a desk, I need a chair. Make there be a desk, a chair, and a bed, and I'm good. This could have been a good visual representation, and then you have her coming into his life, and suddenly little pops of color start appearing, little colored pillows or dishes, the little things, and we see, a visual representation that she is affecting his life and that he is changing because he is with her. He's growing as a person, he's developing. But again, that would require actual good writing. There you are.
Yeah, sorry, the freaking alarm on my phone went off.
Oh.
So, but yeah.
Yes, Deadpool has an iPhone, which is a stupid product that anytime something goes off, if you are live, it cuts you off. Hey, you're the one who bought the stupid phone.
Actually, I didn't. It was a gift.
Ah, well, next time tell them to get you an Android.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a vote of confidence. Yes, riling him up is a stupid idea given how unstable he is. Yeah. Like, literally his sister's worried that he's going to throw down in the middle of a fancy party.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him either.
Neither would I. Absolutely not. I mean, look at what he did in the last one, picking her up over his shoulder in public.
Yeah.
If he's willing to do that. Oh, we have advice for you. Apparently there's settings that can save your butt.
Okay.
Okay, granted, actually they do. if you look at the release date of every iPhone, about half of them have had recalls within a week of being released. Some of them have had exploding catch on fire issues. They've also had broken screen cut your hand issues multiple times. Though, yes, I admit, Samsung Galaxy being the first and only cell phone ever placed on the worldwide no-fly list, as in to this day, you can still not fly on any plane ever with that model of phone, that is an impressive level of screwing up. I had to tell that to a cab driver once, by the way. It was right when it was happening, and he just happened to mention that he was getting on a plane in like 4 days to go home. And I was like, isn't your phone a Samsung Galaxy? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, you can't take that on the plane, right? And he's like, oh, it's a replacement. It's refurb, so it's safe. And I'm like, no, they banned all of them because after it happened the first time, they banned the original ones, but said as long as you'd had a replacement with one that was safe, it was okay to fly. Until about 3 days later, when somebody who had had their phone replaced had one that still exploded in his pocket while they were midair. He was seriously hurt, and they were forced to emergency land the plane again. So then they decided whether it was original or a refurb, Samsung Galaxy 7 exploding phone is not allowed on any plane in the history of ever again. I think it was 7, but you could be right. I don't know them all that well. I only upgrade my phone like every 5 to 10 years. I don't care what the newest phone is. Though I do want because there are some new features that I do want now, like a folding phone with 2 screens. I really want that. And also the Google Pixels picture and video ability. I would really like, but I'm also not going to spend $1,000 on a Google Pixel phone because A, it's stupid, and B, I don't have that much money for the history of anything. If I had $1,000, I could oh my God, could make my life so much easier. I certainly would not be spending it on a phone. No, no, no. There are bills that I can make stop calling me and getting some room on my credit card. That is a good use of money. $1,000 on a phone? Forget it. Unless it tells me next week's lottery numbers? No. The walls are hung with movie posters. The Matrix, Fight Club, The Truman Show. The Truman Show is the odd choice in there. The Matrix and Fight Club I get, especially if he was into kickboxing, as we now learn. Why didn't they make that a thing in the movie, by the way, to show him like sparring, doing some sexy shirtless kickboxing or something? They could have, mommy porn milked that. And 2 framed posters featuring kickboxers. One named Giuseppe Di Natale. I've never heard of him. The other one doesn't get a name, apparently. But why did the kickboxing shit get cut out? Jamie Dornan was in good enough shape. He could have faked it. What catches my eye is the little white bulletin board above the desk, studded with myriad photographs, mariners' pendants, and ticket stubs. It's a slice of young Christian. My eyes come back to the magnificent man now standing in the center of the room. He looks at me darkly, brooding and sexy. I've never brought a girl in here, he murmurs. Ever? I whisper. He shakes his head. Granted, this is in his parents' house and they're a big family, so I kind of get it. I swallow convulsively, and the ache that has been bothering me for the last couple of hours is roaring now, raw and wanting. Seeing him standing there on the royal blue carpet in that mask, it's beyond erotic. Yeah, that's mine too. Like, I've had the same model of phone for going on 10 years because I bought 2 of them when they came out, 10 or 12 years maybe, it might be 12. And the first one that I used for about 8 or 9 years, recently died. And so I switched to the second one, which is still brand new in the box, and even though it's years old, it works just fine. So it's like having a brand new phone. Oh, really? I gotta feel like I'm dying and sick, like, when I'm trying to do something. First time I try to do something all day, and suddenly I actually feel really sick. No, my chest isn't as bad though. I think it's just when the temperature drops in the evening. It's just really affecting me right now because I'm very sick. But
Mm.
there's nothing to be done but wait it out, and it is getting better. It only
Mm.
got worse because I had a ridiculously stressful day, and I had to run out and be around people and be more stressed out and get so upset that I was like, I'm the person that like when I get when I get certain kinds of upset, not necessarily angry, but upset, especially frustrated, I shake uncontrollably head to toe for hours.
Wow.
And it really takes it out of you.
Yeah.
And there's nothing I can do. Like once it starts, I can't stop it. There's nothing on planet Earth that will stop it. And when I get like that kind of triggered, like emotionally, it takes me days to calm down.
Oh.
I want him now. Any way I can get him. I have to resist launching myself at him and ripping his clothes off. He waltzes over to me slowly. We don't have long, Anastasia. And the way I'm feeling right this moment, we won't need long. At least he warns her that he's gonna be in and out very quickly. Turn around. Let me get you out of that dress. I turn and stare at the door, grateful that he's locked it. Bending down, he whispers softly in my ear, "Keep the mask on." Because this is supposed to be sexy somehow. I groan as my body clenches in response. He's not even touched me yet. He grasps the top of my dress, his fingers sliding against my skin. The touch reverberates through my body. In one swift move, he opens the zipper. Holding my dress, he helps me to step out of it, then turns and drapes it artfully over the back of the chair. Removing his jacket, he places it over my dress. He pauses and stares at me for a moment, drinking me in. I'm in the I'm in the basque basque and matching panties. I don't know what the fuck she was going for. BASQUE. This is not a form of anything that I'm aware of. If
I
she's going for bustier, I know what that is. If she's going for corset, I know what that is. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm sure it's some expensive nonsense.
no, it's an actual. Oh, I don't know. Yes, that is very true, persnickety.
Yes, it is. I approve of your father. That is freaking awesome. That is awesome.
Ow.
You know, Anastasia, he says softly as he stalks towards me, undoing his bow tie so it hangs from either side of his neck, then undoing the top 3 buttons of his shirt. I was so mad when you bought my auction lot. All manner of ideas ran through my head. I had to remind myself that punishment is off the menu, even though he's been doing it anyway. But then you volunteered. He gazes down at me through the mask. Why did you do that? He whispers. Volunteer? I don't know. Frustration? Too much alcohol? Worthy cause? I mutter meekly, shrugging, maybe to get his attention. Keeping in mind, she's standing almost naked in front of him.
Uh-huh.
I needed him then. I need him more now. The ache is worse, and I know he can soothe it. That is such a horrible line.
Oh.
Calm this roaring, salivating beast within me, with the beast in him. So bad. His mouth presses into a line and he slowly licks his upper lip. I want that tongue on me. I vowed to myself I would not spank you again, even if you begged me. Please, I beg. Oh, shooter. Fucking shooter. Hello, Mark! Yes, it was Mia who volunteered her. He's not talking about the dance, though. She thinks he's talking about the dance. What he's talking about is when he said, I don't know whether to worship at your feet or spank the living shit out of you. And she said the latter, so he thinks she's volunteering to let him hardcore spank her. She is talking about the dance. They're talking about 2 different things. Hello, Mark. Guten Morgen. And all other things. But to see you. Ducks are on the move, Mark. They've been summoned. Soon there will be ducks. I gotta get my crafting and construction on this week to have a way to display the ducks. I have an idea, but since I haven't actually tried it yet, it's an idea. We'll see if it works. And if the ducks get here on time. Allowing for Canada Post to not suck, they should.
One by one, hurrah, hurrah.
Well, this time of year, they got to coordinate with all the other ducks. It's migration season. There's a lot of air traffic. It all has to be well coordinated. You can't just be flying up in any direction. It has to be well, you got to organize these things, make sure the little ones keep up. Don't leave Kevin in the attic. There's lots to be considered.
Yes.
Of course, I know my Home Alone. Look what you did, you little jerk. It still sucks that they tried to PG the second one and took out the cursing and the evilness. That was stupid. Okay.
Mm.
You take that back, sir.
Oh boy.
You do not threaten my ducks, Mark. Then I realized you're probably very uncomfortable at the moment, and it's not something you're used to. He smirks knowingly at me, arrogant bastard, but I don't care because he's absolutely right. Yes, I breathe. So there might be a certain latitude. If I do this, you must promise me one thing. This is so not a thing I would be doing with him, ever. Anything.
No.
You will safe word if you need to, and I will just make love to you, okay?
Bullshit.
Okay, one, nobody says you will safe word. It's you will use the safe word. She also has it hyphenated. It's not hyphenated. It's 2 words.
Mm-hmm.
And does he even remember what her safe word is? Because I don't know. Did she ever actually pick one? I don't think she did. Or maybe she did and I don't remember. It doesn't matter because he's not going to stop anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm panting. I want his hand on me. So in the space of a week, she's gone from "you will never do that to me again" to "please spank me because I'm so horny and dripping wet and I need you to physically abuse me before you fuck me." And yes, I'm calling that even in this context where they're both agreeing that it's spanking because we know the history behind it.
Yeah.
If they didn't have twisted fuck-upness behind it,
Mm-hmm.
then I would say this could come off as sexy, but under the circumstances, it doesn't.
Ooh.
He swallows, then takes my hand and moves toward the bed. Throwing the duvet aside, he sits down, grabs a pillow, and places it beside him. He gazes up at me, standing beside him, and suddenly tugs hard on my hand so that I fall across his lap. See, this is what I mean. That move right there, that's exactly what I mean with Christian Grey. He could have just asked her to lay down over his lap or said, "come here," or helped her to lay down. Instead, what does he do? He grabs her by her hand and jerks her so hard that she falls over his lap. He didn't have to do that, and that was not a safe thing to do.
Mm-mm.
But that's how he is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the immaturity level of him coming out. He shifts slightly so my body is resting on the bed, my chest on the pillow, my face to one side. Leaning over, he sweeps my hair over my shoulder and runs his fingers through the plume of feathers on my mask. "Put your hands behind your back," he murmurs. "Never in a million years."
Mm-mm.
Oh. He removes his bow tie and uses it to quickly bind my wrists so my hands are tied behind me, resting in the small of my back. She didn't agree to this. She didn't agree to this, and this is a very vulnerable position. Again, if this is consensual, Mark, really? You're here 5 minutes and you have to point this out that the word "swallows" was said. You really want this, Anastasia? I close my eyes, This is the first time since I met him that I really want this. I need it. Okay, there's a hell of a statement. The first time since I met him that I really actually want it. That just makes the rest so freaking romantic, doesn't it? That she was at least part. So we have from our character's own point of view that she was at least partially non-consenting or not wanting it for every sexual encounter they've had up till this. Hey, only if he threatens my ducks. Yes, I whisper. Why? He asks softly as he caresses my behind with his palm. I groan as soon as his hand makes contact with my skin. I don't know why. You tell me not to overthink. After a day like today, arguing about money, Layla, Mrs. Robinson, the dossier on me, this is all in her head. The dossier on me, the roadmap, the lavish party, the mass, the alcohol, the silver balls, the auction. I want this. In other words, she's overwhelmed. And oh yes, he did reveal that he keeps like military CIA level dossiers on all of his subs, including her, and actually showed her hers, where he had, by the way, Mark, your opinion on how legal it would have been for him to get any of the following, because he had the following information that he admitted he got the day that he met her. Within 3 hours of meeting her, he had acquired the following information about Anastasia Steele that he just met, college student: her birth certificate, a copy of her birth certificate, her social insurance number, or social security because they're American, social security number. He had her parents' names and social security number. He knew everywhere she'd ever gone to school and everywhere she had ever worked. He had her grades from school. He had every address she'd ever been at. Hey, watch it. And if you were going for shape up,
No, wait. Shut up. You know. Like,
all right, you two play nice.
all right. Well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I know you're screwing around.
No, I'm not. I'm a little bit of a headache.
Mm-hmm. Do you have Advil?
Nope.
Yeah, but how legal would it have been? How legally could he have acquired a copy of her birth certificate and her social security number, things like that? Or her, like, he had her credit score and her employment history, her school history. Like, I'm sure some of that is kind of publicly available, but here you are.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Duck season, rabbit season, duck season.
Oh, I remember that. You know, I don't think I've ever actually had duck, and I'm not, like, if somebody was serving it at a thing that I was at, I probably would. Yeah, but is there a way that he could have done it that is even legal? Like, I have worked for people who didn't have that much information about me. Damn it, I still didn't get a highlighter. I still need to get a highlighter. And yes, I know I have yet to burn the last book, but that's because there was too much noise all this week and I've been sick. So I thought inhaling a lot of book smoke was probably not a good idea. Especially because my chest freaking hurts. Mark is soon to be a lawyer. I think you're, if I recall correctly, you're going into your last year, Mark. So you will be Esquire very soon and have a fancy card. If you need any help designing a business card, I have done it for people in the past and I kick ass.
Nice.
I've done graphic design for actually quite a few friends over the years because I do have a bit of a knack for it. Also, I'm free, so there is that. But I'm not saying they only pick me because I'm free. I was actually pretty good. Like I know like the science of marketing and colors and font choices, etc. So
Oh my god, you just made me think of that scene in American Psycho.
haven't seen the movie. I don't know it.
Oh, they're all sitting around the conference table comparing because they will all want the promotion and they're comparing all their little business cards because they think they got the promotion, and it's just like oh my god, a huge basically a dick measuring contest.
Okay, so since we can confirm that she did not provide any of this information because A, he didn't ask her, and B, she didn't know about it. He had her bank account statements also, by the way. Because as we learned, he had her bank account number because he transferred money into her account without her permission. Which, by the way, she could have just gotten the bank to send back and just said, like, this is an unauthorized transaction, please return. Because I've done that. I had somebody else's paycheck got deposited in my account by mistake once.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the weird thing was I only knew about it because like I hadn't checked my bank account like that day. And so it was the other person knew they should have got paid, inquired, the bank figured out what went wrong. And so the bank actually called me to inform me that they had done this. But then they actually needed me, like, my permission to take the money back. And I'm like, it's a mistake. It's not my money. Like, what am I going to say? No, I get to keep it because finders keepers? Like, what the hell? Yes, you may take the money that was, like, wrongly put in my account back and give it to the person it belongs to. Like, it was a mistake. I didn't even know about it. Do I need a reason? No, baby, you don't, he says. I'm just trying to understand you. His left hand curls around my waist, holding me in place as his palm leaves my behind and lands hard, just above the junction of my thighs. The pain connects directly with the ache in my belly. So he's properly training her to be a pain slut, which is the only appropriate use of that word.
Right.
Oh man. Who says oh man in 2015? I moan loudly. He hits me again in exactly the same place. And I groan again. I point out again, because I'm going to every time, because it personally amuses me, that even in what's supposed to be a sexy spanking scene, E.L. James still uses the phrases beat, hit, smack, or anything other than spanking. You have to go to law school for 6 years in the UK? Or are you, like, taking an extended program? Or are you, like, going for your PhD? Or, like, getting double board certified or something? 2, he murmurs. We'll go with 12. Oh my, this feels different than the last time. So carnal, so necessary. He caresses my behind with his long-fingered hands, and I'm helpless, trussed up and pressed into the mattress at his mercy, and of my own free will. Kinda, sorta, maybe there was.
Yeah, that's questionable. Debatable.
Yeah, you could get into some issues there because he's been mentally brainwashing and manipulating her for about a month now. So there's that. Oh, I hear a pup.
Kibbles and bits, kibbles and bits. I want to get me some kibbles and bits.
By the way, he's so loud. He's across the room on the couch. He's not beside me.
Is he asleep?
Yes. Yeah, he's barking in his sleep really, really loudly. Because he's all the way across the room on the couch. So he's being really, really loud. It's gotta be the cat. He's dreaming of telling off the cat. That's why he's barking so loud and so much. Because Kitty's been busting his balls all day. I guarantee you he's telling him. He just sounds so flippin' cute when he barks in his sleep.
Oh, I love it.
He's all squeaky.
Have you ever seen those videos of like dogs where it's almost like they're having a nightmare and they're like, "Woo, woo, woo," and then
Yeah. Yeah, and they're like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where
I've
is it?
seen one
Oh,
where
mommy,
there's like
mommy.
I think it's a golden retriever, like leaps up and runs right into a freaking wall. Like dogs obviously.
Okay, we have got like no progress, and we're way too far into this to be at no progress.
Shit.
Yeah, we got to move.
Sorry. Salud.
Reminder to those at home, you can still buy a lady a drink or buy a lady a pair of handcuffs for $10 or $25 respectively. PayPal link at the top, and that's my second shout out of the stream. I'm trying to do 3 because I'm trying to get better at self-promotion. Because I'm terrible at self-promotion. I'm also going to start posting these on Twitter. Because I have like a whole 7 followers on Twitter, so maybe we can get a few more people.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you grow things. Plus, I got to start putting tags on things. Plus, I am very seriously considering doing police body cam live streams again and giving it another chance and telling YouTube to go fuck themselves for all their bullshit. And thank you to NCR for offering to help me out when I inevitably get copyright claim bullshit going on. I will definitely be reaching out. Okay, I'm going to go 5 pages without stopping, so nobody interrupt. He hits me again, slightly to the side, and again to the other side, then pauses as he slowly peels my panties down and pulls them off. He gently trails his palm across my behind again, before continuing my spanking, each stinging smack taking the edge off my need, or fueling it, I don't know. I surrender myself to the rhythm of blows, absorbing each one, savoring each one, because she's learned how to do this in the space of nothing. She's gone from I hate this to oh my god, this is fulfilling a need within my soul. Anyone know what movie I am about to badly quote? Boo back. And I was trying to do the exact drawl of the character. If anybody names the movie, I will be very, 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 very fucking impressed.
Wait, again?
Boo back.
Casper? No.
No. You think about it quietly while I read.
Damn it.
"12," he murmurs, his voice low and harsh. He caresses my behind again and trails his fingers down towards my sex, and slowly sinks 2 fingers inside me, moving them in a circle, around and around and around, torturing me. Really? That's all it takes to torture you? You're that much of a, like, I don't even have the word, but I moan loudly as my body takes over, and I come and come, convulsing around his fingers, still spelling the word come wrong twice, right there. Still spelling it wrong. E.L. James still does not know how to come properly. And also, she's really so turned on that now literally just being spanked and being fingered for 5 seconds is enough to make her orgasm, like, really hard and really long. This is just a week after "You will never do that to me again" and leaving in tears.
Meh.
Are you trying to Google the line?
No.
And we've just lost you to the cyber world?
No, I'm.
It's so intense and unexpected and quick. "That's right, baby," he murmurs appreciatively. He's so stroking his own ego right now. He unties my wrists, keeping his fingers inside me as I lie panting and spent over him. "I'm not finished with you yet, Anastasia," he says and shifts without removing his fingers. He eases my knees onto the floor. Okay, seriously. How is he putting her knees on the floor if he's still fingering her while he's sitting on the bed? I'm just saying logistically this doesn't work. Sethiel, do you know the movie? Because that is one word of the title. Do you actually know it? And did you Google it? Gotta be the full title for it to count. But I suspect that you know. You are right. Yes, sir. You got it. It is Queen of the Damned.
Oh.
Yep. Lestat de Lioncourt says it to Jessie when she shows up at his gothic mansion after having, wormed her way into getting a second audience with him. She says boo, and he says boo back. And then he tells his manservant to take our little Episcopalian back to church. And as she's going like, "What? I thought I got to sleep with the rock star." The driver's like, "No, trust me, honey, it's a good thing." Because he knows that he brings Lestat like 2 girls every night and he never takes them home. So he kind of wonders what's going on. And obviously Lestat is draining them every night, but but yeah. Also, Lestat and Marius in that movie needed to fuck. And also that they didn't have Louis. You couldn't have called up like freaking Brad Pitt. I know he was way more famous by the time that got made, but his character was still in it, as well as Tom Cruise's. Tom Cruise played Lestat, so they changed Lestat for, because Tom Cruise was too famous by that point, but Brad Pitt was not. He should have revised his role as Louis. Because he had a connection to both Lestat, obviously, and to Marius as well. So, and didn't he have a private, long, old connection to, Pandora or one of the others? But first and only sex dream I have ever had involved that movie. I'm not kidding. I was 13. It's the only time I've ever had a sex dream. And it was literally, I was laying in my bed. This is straight out of teenage fantasy world. I was dreaming my own bedroom as it really was, and I was laying in bed, and suddenly there was this giant window beside me that opened, and Lestat from the movie came flying in and hovered above me, and he leaned down to bite me on the neck. And if it's possible to orgasm in your sleep before you know what that is, that's definitely what happened, or something pretty close to it. And that's the only sex dream I've ever had in my life. Though that movie was a lot of firsts for me. It was the first movie I ever saw alone at a theater. It was the first movie I ever paid for myself. I was 12 or 13 when this came out. So that's an important step at that age when you pay for stuff yourself. It was the first movie I ever saw more than once at a theater. I saw it 4 times. I would have gone more if I had the money. I didn't. And it was the first soundtrack I ever purchased. One of only 3. I've only ever purchased 3 movie soundtracks. The others are Moulin Rouge and Phantom of the Opera. But yeah, I listened to that CD pretty much every day, multiple times a day for probably 4 years. Okay, now I'm really going to try to read 5 pages without interrupting myself because we are way behind.
Oops.
You look like you're watching Monday Night Football and about to crack a beer, by the way. Way to look engaged with the live stream and like you're paying any kind of attention.
Sorry.
Seriously, do you have like Tylenol or something? Are you drinking any water?
No, not really.
Okay, go get a glass of water, please.
Okay.
Just dehydration headache's like the most common. Second is eating, so if you haven't eaten in like 10 hours, please make a sandwich.
Yeah.
You know I worry like a mama duck.
Mm-hmm.
So food and water, mister.
Yep.
Okay, so now we have biology not making sense. He eases my knees onto the floor so that I'm now leaning over the bed. He kneels on the floor beside me and undoes his zipper. He slides. He slides his fingers out of me and I hear the familiar tear of a foil packet. Open your legs, he growls, and I comply. He strokes my behind and eases into me. Okay, again we have, is he fucking her in the vagina or the butt? Because that sounds like he's fucking her ass, which she has been vehemently opposed to. But again, we know that E.L. James writes a couple of scenes where it's not clear so that people can basically fantasize whatever they want. Because it says he strokes my behind and eases into me. So that's heavily implying that he's fucking her ass, even though she's been very adamant, no anal, anything. This is going to be quick, baby, he murmurs, grabbing my hips, then eases out, then slams into me. Ah, I cry out, but the fullness is heavenly. He's hitting the bellyache square on, again and again, eradicating it with each sweet, sharp thrust. The feeling is mind-blowing. Just what I need. I push back to meet him, thrust for thrust. Anna, no, he grunts, trying to still me. But I want him too much, and I grind against him, matching him thrust for thrust. Anna, shit, he hisses as he comes. And the tortured sound sets me off again, spiraling into a healing orgasm that goes on and wrings me out and leaves me spent and breathless. Somebody define healing orgasm, I dare you.
Here, one word. Bullshit.
Correct. You, sir, may proceed to the head of the class. Christian bends and kisses my shoulder, then pulls out of me. He literally lasted about 5 seconds inside of her.
Mm-hmm.
Though granted, she's had 3 orgasms in about 90 seconds, so...
Yeah.
Which, by the way, as much as women do not have the same recovery time that men do for obvious reasons, we do have a recovery time! And also, immediately after an orgasm, don't you fucking touch me, because everything's really sensitive, and I don't want you touching certain places, especially the button place, in that moment, immediately after I've come. Don't touch me! Because it's too much! Christian stirs and kisses my back. I believe you owe me a dance, Miss Steele, he murmurs. I respond, savoring the absence of achiness and basking in the afterglow. He sits back on his heels and pulls me off the bed and onto his lap. We don't have long. Come on. He kisses my hair and forces me to stand. I point out he's just pulled her, who is covered with sex from both of them, like all of their sex juices, hers and his, that she's covered with, and he's just pulled her naked onto his lap while he's still wearing his pants.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, he's wearing black pants and, you know, not the most straight. I grumble but sit back down on the bed and collect my panties from the floor and scoop them on. Lazily, I walk to the chair to retrieve my dress. I note with dispassionate interest that I did not remove my shoes during our illicit tryst. Christian is tying his bow tie, having finished straightening himself and the bed. As I slip my dress back on, I check out the photographs on the bulletin board. Christian as a sullen teen was gorgeous even then, with Elliot and Mia on the ski slopes, on his own in Paris, the Arc de Triomphe serving as gateway to his location. In London, New York, the Grand Canyon, Sydney Opera House, even the Great Wall of China. Mr. Grey was well traveled at a young age, or his family sent him away to get away from him constantly because he was a nightmare, as we've been told.
Mm-hmm.
There are ticket stubs to various concerts: U2, Metallica, The Verb, Sheryl Crow, and the New York Philharmonic performing Pro something something Romeo and Juliet. An eclectic mix. And in the corner, there's a passport-sized photograph of a young woman. It's black and white. She looks familiar, but for the life of me, I can't place her. Not Mrs. Robinson, thank heavens. Who's this? I ask. No one of consequence, he mutters as he slips on his jacket and straightens his bow tie. Shall I zip you up? Please. Then why is she on your bulletin board? An oversight on my part. How's the tie? He raises his chin like a small boy, and I grin and straighten it for him. Now it's perfect. Like you, he murmurs and grabs me, kissing me passionately. Feeling better? Much. Thank you, Mr. Grey. The pleasure was all mine, Miss Steele. Seriously, you should not be addressing your sex partner like this. And do we really think she's just going to let go? Who is that person? Cithale, do you like the movie Queen of the Damned? How many times have you seen it? Do you know the soundtrack? Did you think it was fun? Also, I genuinely am impressed that you knew that off that one freaking quote. Because there are more memorable quotes from the movie, but that was really, really, really impressive. You know, did the dragons help you? Because they know all things. So, if you got an assist from the dragons, I'm a little less impressed, but I'm still really impressed. The guests are assembling on the dance floor. Christian grins at me. We've made it just in time, and he leads me onto the checkered floor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the first dance. Mr. and Dr. Grey, are you ready? Carrick nods in agreement, his arm around Grace. Really, when you had to change Carlisle to something, Carrick was the best you could do? Really? Okay, so now I need to know, why are we blaming your mother? Like, did she think Stuart Townsend was hot and put it on 1,000,000 times? Ladies and gentlemen of the first dance auction, are you ready? We all nod in agreement. Mia's with someone I don't recognize. I wonder what happened to Sean. Then we shall begin. Take it away, Sam. A young man strolls onto the stage amid warm applause, turns to the band behind him, and snaps his fingers. The familiar strains of I've Got You Under My Skin fill the air, because we couldn't have been any more on the nose than that song. I also played out this song, I believe, did not make it into the movie because the people who own the rights probably said, fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that song is not in the movie.
I'm curious what song they actually did play.
Or if they even did. I don't remember the first dance scene even being in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I remember her winning something at the auction. I don't remember seeing her auctioned off for the sparring match with the therapist. I don't remember that. So I think that might not be in the movie.
Mm.
And also, Mark, I'm like so curious what this means because you're going for something extra. If you're taking that long, you're definitely getting like more than a simple law degree, methinks.
Mm-hmm.
because I think most law schools are only 3 years. Christian smiles down at me, takes me in his arms, and starts to move. Oh, he dances so well, making it easy to follow. We grin at each other like idiots as he whirls me around the dance floor. I love this song, Christian murmurs, gazing down at me. Seems very fitting. He's no longer grinning but serious. You're under my skin too, I respond. Or were you in your bed or you were in your bedroom? He purses his lips, but he's unable to hide his amusement. Miss Steele, he admonishes me teasingly. I had no idea you could be so cruel. Mr. Gray, neither did I. I think it's my recent experiences. They've been an education. For both of us. Christian is serious again, but it could just be the two of us in the band. We are in our own private bubble. As the song finishes, we both applaud. Sam the singer bows graciously and introduces his band. May I cut in? I recognize the man who bid on me at the auction. Christian grudgingly lets me go, but he's amused too. Be my guest, Anastasia. This is John Flynn. John Anastasia. Shit. Christian grins and wanders off to one side of the dance floor. How do you do, Anastasia? Dr. Flynn says smoothly, and I realize he's British. Because, of course, somebody has to be British.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God! Fuck!
What?
You cannot get something out of my head now! Bitch! In the movie, I know, I will. But in the movie, he's not British, I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure he's either not in the movie or he never speaks. But we don't know that he's British. My last therapist was British. And I liked him a lot. And then he died and I was sad.
Oh.
Yeah, like 6 months after I left his care, not permanently. I was planning to go back. But I got a letter saying he was dying of a brain tumor. And if I ever need my records, they can be found at. And I don't know what the fuck I did with the letter, but...
Mm.
Ow. Ow. Yes, I know I shouldn't be drinking when I'm sick. No, you never did anything bad in your life. Hello, I stutter. The band strikes up another song and Dr. Flynn pulls me into his arms. He's much younger than I imagined, though I can't see his face. He's wearing a mask similar to Christian's. He's tall, but not as tall as Christian, and he doesn't move with Christian's easy grace. What do I say to him? Why is Christian so fucked up? Why did he bid on me? It's the only thing I want to ask him, but somehow it seems rude. I'm glad to finally meet you, Anastasia. Are you enjoying yourself? He asks. I was, I whisper. Oh, I hope I'm not responsible for your change of heart. He gives me a brief, warm smile that puts me a little more at ease. Dr. Flynn, you're the shrink, you tell me. He grins. That's the problem, isn't it? The shrink bit? I giggle. I'm worried what I might reveal. If so little self-consciousness I'm a little self-conscious and intimidated. And I really only want to ask you about Christian. He smiles. First, this is a party, so I'm not on duty, he whispers conspiratorially. And second, I really can't talk to you about Christian. Besides, we'd need until Christmas. Duh, he can't tell you about any of his patients. Also, Mark, you have not commented on my new hair yet. Do you like my hair? I cut it super short. I cut like 12 inches off. It's all short and spiky now. It's going to be more spiky once I get some stuff to put in it. I'm going to cut out some more panels here and, do the really hardcore lesbian thing. But, I know it's like, you can't even tell from straight on. You can't even tell that my hair isn't pulled back into a ponytail behind me anymore, that there's actually nothing there. It's all, like, because the back of this, I don't know if you can see. Can you see the back right now?
Nothing at all.
Can you see the back?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is all, like, yeah. Some of this is, like, millimeters short. It's really short.
Nice.
Yeah. So I cut it off. Yeah, do that more, a lot more.
Okay.
I gasp in shock. That's a doctor's joke, Anastasia. I flush, embarrassed, then feel slightly resentful. He's making a joke at Christian's expense.
That's
You've
pretty
just
brave.
confirmed what I've been saying to Christian. That you're an expensive charlatan. I admonish him. I think this guy is an expensive charlatan.
Yeah.
Dr. Flynn snorts with laughter. You could be onto something there. You're British? Yes, originally from London. My therapist was from London. E.L. James can suck a dick so hard right now, I can't even have words. How did you find yourself here? Happy circumstance. You don't give much away, do you? There's not much to give away. I'm really a very dull person. It's very self depreciating. It's a British trait, part of our national character. Oh,
Can
and
confirm.
I also can confirm, yeah. And I could accuse you of the same, Anastasia. That I'm a dull person too, Dr. Flynn? He snorts. No, Anastasia, that you don't give much away. Sethiel, I'm still waiting on an answer to why you blame your mom about this movie. Did she let you see it when you were too young to understand? Did you find Jessie in her corset outfit sexy? Was that more or less sexy than the Lestat and Louis kill two prostitutes scene in Interview? Also, I'm aware that there is an Interview with the Vampire TV show that so far I refuse to watch because I think they so wokeified it that they fucked it up beyond belief and it has nothing to do with the original characters or content anymore. And it's just somebody said, hey, let's make a sexy vampire show and we'll do whatever the fuck we want and just slap a title that some people will recognize, but it was never that popular in the first place on.
Mm-hmm.
His Interview with the Vampire was like a slow burn classic. It's considered a classic now, but at the time it was not successful.
God, it's true. Sorry.
Well, because nobody knew who the fuck Brad Pitt was at the time. He was an unknown name at the time. Tom Cruise was the guy who'd been in like one Mission Impossible. So neither of them were really established yet. And certainly whoever played the rest of the characters, I don't even know the name of anybody who played Jessie, Marette, Pandora. They had their own, they didn't have a Louis, they had other background characters that you only know if you read the book. Secret Society dude, whose name I don't even remember, who was like Jesse's uncle or something, and I don't even know. And they didn't give proper background to Akasha and Marette, because in the book, the background is actually really good. And I wish they had done a like extended 20-minute flashback scene in the show. Also, there was a second character. There was Marette and his sister, and I think he's seen in the background, but we don't learn anything about him. But there's another character who should have been very prominent, who wasn't because I don't know. They made some weird choices in that adaptation.
Well,
Now, granted, the person playing Akasha died mid-production, like, so that would have.
oh.
Yeah, she was played by the singer Aaliyah. So that's probably why R. Kelly didn't go to jail back then. But I'm aware. Yeah, but keep doing that. The music finishes and Christian returns once more by my side. Dr. Flynn releases me. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Anastasia. He gives me his warm smile again, and I feel I've passed some kind of hidden test. John. Christian nods at him. Christian. Dr. Flynn returns his nod, turns on his heel, and disappears through the crowd. Christian pulls me into his arms for the next dance. He's much younger than I expected, I murmured to him, and terribly indiscreet. Christian cocks his head to one side. Indiscreet? Oh yes, he told me everything, I tease. Christian tenses. Well, in that case, I'll get your bag. I'm sure you want nothing more to do with me, he says softly. Okay, if I'm supposed to feel sorry for him that he's like taking her fucking seriously, I so do not. I stop. He didn't tell me anything. My voice fills with panic. Christian blinks before relief floods his face. I'm sorry, but he fell for that? I don't believe it.
Mm-mm.
He pulls me into his arms again. Then let's enjoy the stance. He beams down at me, reassuring me, and spins me around. And that's my point. That's my proof. Bullshit. He didn't believe her for a second. He just wanted to make her feel sorry for him for a second, because that is a manipulation tactic. And it's putting money into the bank of like brainwashing her and making her feel bad for him because he's a hurt, wounded little puppy that she just can't leave. No, so is the chat broken or is everybody really tired? Sasha, do you need belly rubs? Like, show. Hey, Persnickety, does Sasha have a duck toy? Does she have a stuffed duck? Because if she doesn't, we may need to remedy this. Why would he think that I would want to leave? It makes no sense. We dance for 2 more numbers and I realize I need the restroom. I won't be long. As I make my way to the powder room, I remember I've left my purse on the dinner table. Why would you ever do that, even in a big party like this? Why would you leave your purse anywhere? Ever.
Mhm.
So I head down to the tent. When I enter, it's still lit but quite deserted, except for a couple on the other end who really ought to get a room. I reach for my bag. Anastasia? A soft voice startles me, and I turn to see a woman dressed in a long, tight, black velvet gown. Her mask is unique. It covers her face to her nose, but also covers her hair. It's stunning with elaborate gold filigree. We know who this is. We know who this is.
Oh, crap.
I'm so glad you're on your own, she says softly. I've been wanting to talk to you all evening. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. She pulls the mask from her face and releases her hair. Also, pull the mask off is enough, but you don't take down your hair in the middle of a party, for Christ's sake. It took hours to put it up, I assure you. Shit, it's Mrs. Robinson. Because of course it is. I need a picture of this in her mouth, like, immediately. And it has to be in her mouth. And how could you have a dog and not give her a duck? Come on, Persnickety. You are a good doggy mommy. I know. I'm reading. But also keep doing that. I'm sorry I startled you. I gape at her. Holy cow. What the fuck does this woman want? Okay, I need to blow my nose.
No worries.
Of course nothing wants to come out because it wants to make me stuffy and sound stupid. Ugh. I don't know what social conventions are for meeting known molesters of children. She's smiling sweetly and gesturing for me to sit at the table. And because I lack any sphere of reference, I do as she asked out of stunned politeness, grateful that I'm still wearing my mask. I'll be brief, Anastasia. I know what you think of me. Christian's told me. Oh! Oh, he's a dead man. He's a dead man walking. You talked to the person I hate and told them exactly what I said and felt about them. You fucking idiot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He is a dead man. For this.
In peace.
Yeah, no, you do not. You do not. No, you don't tell a woman who's hated by the other woman that the other woman hates her and why. You idiot. Dumbass. I gaze at her impassively, giving nothing away, but I'm pleased that she knows. It saves me telling her. And she's cutting to the chase. Part of me is beyond intrigued as to what she could have to say. She pauses, glancing over my shoulder. Taylor's watching us. I peek around to see him scanning the tent by the doorway. Sawyer is with him. They're looking anywhere but at us. So there's private security following her, even at a party being thrown in his family's own home.
I
He
wonder.
still has... Yeah. I peek around. Look, we don't have long, she says hurriedly. It must be obvious to you that Christian is in love with you. I've never seen him like this. Ever. She emphasizes the word. What? Loves me? No. Why is she telling me? To reassure me? I don't understand. Also, bitch, you don't get that he thinks that he loves you? I'm not saying he really does, because I believe that he has no idea what love actually is. And, all he feels is a want to possess her that he's never felt before, and he's never been told no before. So when she tells him no and he still wants her all the more, he's mistaking this for love, but it's not love. This is King Henry VIII chasing Anne Boleyn, because what did she do? She turned him down, because no woman had ever turned him down, and she knew it would both intrigue and enrage him, and he would have to have her no matter what, because how dare she say no? And also, wow, a woman with, I don't know, actual ability to speak? No, if anybody ever wants to react with me to The Tudors, it's a great show, and I would love to do it. Thank you. Do have to reply to a couple of comments. Okay, well, tell her to go find her duck, and then she'll bring it to you, because I'm sure she knows the names of all her toys, because she's a very, very smart girl. The 90s are kind of like that. There are several movies I can point to that were PG or PG-13 that, thinking about them now, should not have been. The words blank check, some hotel movie with George Costanza and Gloria come to mind. I'm reeling. Christian loves me? He hasn't said it. And this woman has told him how he feels? How bizarre. 100 images dance through my head. The iPad, the gliding, flying to see me, all his actions, his possessiveness. 100,000 for a dance. Is this love? No!
Oh.
No, this is not love. No, this is not love. This is ownership, possession, obsession, stalker, and violence. And hearing it from this woman, having her confirm it for me, is frankly unwelcome. I'd rather hear it from him. My heart constricts. He feels unworthy? Why? I've never seen him so happy. And it's obvious that you have feelings for him too. By the way, I wonder if his feelings of unworthiness come from the fact that Mrs. Robinson started raping and abusing him when he was 15 years old. Because the most common trait of sexual abuse survivors is feeling unworthy. Something I know more than a little about. So, yeah. And she entirely did that. She has a Scooby-Doo. And I'm sure she's just learning. You got to practice with her with the toys. That's great. It's obvious you have feelings for him too. A brief smile flits across her lips. That's great, and I wish you both the best of everything. But what I wanted to say is if you hurt him again, I will find you, lady, and it won't be pleasant when I do. Yeah, she left him because he acted like an abusive asshole. She stares at me, ice-cold blue eyes boring into my skull, trying to get under my mask. Her threat is so astonishing, so off the wall, that an involuntary disbelieving giggle escapes me. Of all the things she could say to me, this is the last I expected. You think it's funny, Anastasia? She sputters in dismay. You didn't see him last Saturday. My face falls and darkens. The thought of Christian unhappy is not a palatable one. And last Saturday I left him. He must have gone to her. The idea makes me queasy. Why am I sitting here listening to this shit from her, of all people? I slowly rise, gazing at her intently. I'm laughing at your audacity, Mrs. Lincoln. Christian and I have nothing to do with you. And if I do leave him, and you come looking for me, I'll be waiting. Don't doubt it. And maybe I'll give you a taste of your own medicine on behalf of the 15-year-old child you molested and probably fucked up even more than he already was.
Oh,
There's some truth.
that I gotta say I like.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody else wrote that line.
Yeah, clearly.
Absolutely, because the whole tone and structure is completely different than anything else, and it sounds more educated than anything in this book. So yeah, that was definitely an editor's line.
Mm-hmm.
Her mouth falls open. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do than waste my time with you. I turn on my heel, adrenaline and anger coursing through my body, and stalk towards the entrance of the tent. Taylor is standing just as Christian arrives, looking flustered and worried. There you are, he mutters, then frowns when he sees Elena. I stride past him, saying nothing, giving him the opportunity to choose, her or me. He makes the right choice. Anna, he calls. I stop and face him as he catches up with me. What's wrong? He gazes down at me, concern etched on his face. Why don't you ask your ex? I hiss acidly. His mouth twists and his eyes frost. I'm asking you. He says, his voice soft but with an undertone of something far more menacing. We glare at each other. Yeah, I'm sorry. If I tell you go ask somebody else and your answer is I'm asking you, at best, I'm going to flip you off and get you out the fuck my way because we're clearly not having a conversation right now. At worst, I'm going to rip you a new one and then tell you to go talk to your fucking ex like I told you to, you idiot.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Okay, I can see this will end in a fight if I don't tell him. Okay, see, this is my point. In this book, it becomes blindingly obvious that she's already started to be brainwashed heavily by him because she's backing down from things that she should not be backing down from just because she knows it will upset him and she's afraid of what he might do when he's upset. She's afraid of what he might do, so she's giving in like a preemptive defense way. And again, this is part of cult indoctrination of don't ever withhold any information. If the leader asks you a question, you answer it no matter what, no matter how embarrassing or personal or whatever. And that's what this is. She's stopping, like, she should be challenging him right now, and she's not because she doesn't want to deal with his bitchy, violent bullshit. She's threatening to come after me if I hurt you again. Probably with a whip, I snap at him. Relief flashes across his face and his mouth softens with humor. Surely the irony of that isn't lost on you, he says, and I can tell he's trying hard to stifle his amusement. This isn't funny, Christian. And no, Christian Grey, this is not funny. Your former abuser slash mistress slash what the fuck ever just threatened your current girlfriend. You shouldn't be laughing right now. Especially to your current girlfriend, you idiot! Even if you privately think it's funny and you know she's like, Elena's not to be taken seriously, you don't say that to the girlfriend, you idiot!
Sheesh.
Like, I broke up with a guy over less than this because I was in a fight, he didn't defend me, and we broke up over it. No, you're right. I'll talk to her. He adopts his serious face, though he's still suppressing his amusement. You'll do no such thing. I cross my arms, my anger spiking again. He blinks at me, surprised by my outburst. Look, I know you're tied up with her financially. Forgive the pun, but I stop. What am I asking him to do? Give her up? Stop seeing her? Can I do that? Yes! I need the restroom. I glare up at him, my mouth set in a grim line. She really likes this people's mouths being drawn into grim lines. It's like South Park or some shit. I sigh and he sighs and cocks his head to one side. Could he look any hotter? Is it just the mask or just him? Really? 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 Is he slipping roofies into like her food in like 5% doses so she's perpetually horny? Because I think he is.
He must be. I mean,
Seriously. Seriously, we got over 10 pages to the end of this chapter and we're still on chapter 1 of the evening.
you're right.
Yeah.
Fucking drag along.
Yeah, and if you need to make some coffee, please do. And I'm aware I just told an ADHD person to drink coffee. I will be responsible for the consequences.
Oh, you will.
I will! Please don't be mad. I didn't know she was here. She said she wasn't coming. His tone is placating, as if he's talking to a small child. He reaches up and runs his thumbs along my pouting bottom lip. Don't let Elena ruin our evening. Please, Anastasia. She's really old news. She's here right now. She's not old news, you idiot. Old being the operative word, I think uncharitably, as he tips my chin up and gently grazes his lips against mine. I sigh in agreement, blinking up at him. He straightens and takes my elbow. I know, he can melt her. He can make her. He just tells her, don't worry about it or don't be mad about it, and then does something sexual, and then she immediately stops it. Oh, here we have a great line. I'll accompany you to the powder room so you don't get interrupted again. So now he's escorting her to the bathroom like she's 5. He leads me across the lawn towards the luxurious contemporary restrooms. What, they have like outdoor bathrooms for this party? They were literally just standing in a like mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Mia said they'd had them delivered for the occasion, but I had no idea they came in deluxe versions. Seriously, he's taking his woman out of a mansion that probably has like 24 marble bathrooms to use a deluxe porta potty in the middle of the lawn? Really?
Mm.
I'll wait here for you, baby, he murmurs. When I come out, my mood has moderated. I've decided not to let Mrs. Robinson blight my evening because that's probably what she wants. Christian's on the phone some distance away and out of earshot of the few people laughing and chattering nearby. As I get closer, I can hear him. He's very terse. Why did you change your mind? I thought we'd agreed. Well, leave her alone. This is the first regular relationship I've ever had, and I don't want you jeopardizing it through some misguided concern for me. Leave her alone. I mean it, Elena. He pauses, listening. No, of course not. So he's now yelling at the former mistress, treating her like a sub, which he doesn't have the right to, telling her to back off. He frowns deeply as he says this, glancing up. He sees me regarding him. I have to go. Good night. He presses the off button. I cock my head to one side and raise an eyebrow at him. Why is he phoning her? Well, you just heard. He's phoning her to tell her to leave you alone. Doi. How's the old news? Cranky, he replies sardonically. Stop using that word. You don't know what it means. Do you want to dance some more? Or would you like to go? He glances at his watch. The fireworks start in 5 minutes. I love fireworks. Don't let her come between us, please. She cares about you, I mutter. Yes, and I her. As a friend. I think it's more than a friendship to her. His brows furrow. Anastasia, Elena and I, it's complicated. We have a shared history, and it's just that. History. As I've said to you time and again, she's a good friend. That's all. Please forget
Bullshit.
about her. Yeah, bullshit. And like obviously
Bullshit.
she wants a lot
Bullshit.
more. And he is just being oblivious to it. I've wondered if you'd do me the honor of the next day. Oh, I turned to find Carrick standing behind us. Oh god, his father just walked up on them while they're discussing Mrs. Robinson, but he didn't get the gist yet. I wondered if you'd do me the honor of the next dance. Also, I point out his father has apparently followed them into like an area that nobody is in, even though he's supposed to be hosting this whole bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I let Carrick lead me onto the dance floor. Sam, the band leader, launches into Come Fly With Me. And Carrick puts his arm around my waist and gently whirls me into the throng. They've magically teleported back to the main house from the backyard they were in, because they were nowhere near it. I wanted to thank you for the generous contribution to our charity, Anastasia. From his tone, I suspect this is his roundabout way of asking whether I can afford it. Mr. Gray, call me Carrick, please, Anastasia. I'm delighted to be able to contribute. I unexpectedly came into some money and I don't need it. It's such a worthy cause. You just graduated college, bitch. You need the money.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, you need the money. Christian told me a little about his past, so I think it's appropriate to support your work. I add, hoping this might encourage Carrick to give me a small insight into the mystery that is his son. Carrick is surprised. Did he? That's unusual. You certainly have a very positive effect on him, Anastasia. I don't think I've ever seen him so buoyant. By the way, they've been dating for like a month, and every single person in his life that she has now met has said, wow, he's really changed since he met you. He's so much less evil. That is everybody's considered opinion. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Well, in my limited experience, he's a very unusual man. He is, Carrick agrees quietly. Christian's early childhood sounds horrifically traumatic from what he's told me. Carrick frowns, and I worry I've overstepped the mark. My wife was the doctor on duty when the police brought him in. He was skin and bones and badly dehydrated. He wouldn't speak. Carrick frowns again, lost in the awful memory despite the up-tempo music surrounding us. Again, this would have made a really good scene in the movie. This would have been dramatic. It would have added some weight, some justification to the bullshit of the character. But God, no, we couldn't film this because I don't think there's even an extra playing the father in the movie. So they got Marcia Gay Harden to play the mother, and she literally shows up, speaks for 2 minutes, gets out, and I hope she got 10 mil at least for it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he didn't speak. Here we go. In fact, he didn't speak for nearly 2 years. There's some, like... It was playing
Holy
the
shit.
piano that eventually brought him out of himself. Oh, and Mia's arrival, of course. So, having a baby sister and playing piano, he didn't speak for 2 years. He was so traumatized by his mother dying, and apparently, if I recall, he was like left next to her dead body for like 3 days or something. So there's that trauma. Basically, the Criminal Minds episode where the guy is embalming women and calling them Abby. Basically that. You probably haven't seen that one. Sorry for spoilers.
That's okay.
We'll get there. I haven't spoiled anything. Trust me. And
That's
you would
okay.
not believe who's in that episode. You really are not going to believe who the guest star.
No problem. No problem.
I'm just pouring a drink.
Mm-hmm.
And makeup on my hands. He plays beautifully. He's accomplished so much. You must be very proud of him. I sound distracted. Holy shit. Didn't speak for 2 years? Yeah, that's some heavy-duty fucking trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known electively mute people as well as people who didn't speak for other reasons. And also, when I'm starting to feel like traumatized or abused, I tend to go nonverbal myself, so I know what it is.
Mm.
Yeah, if I'm ever under stress and I stop speaking, that's when you pull the emergency cord, because I'm definitely in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Immensely so. He's very determined, very capable, very bright young man. But between you and me, Anastasia, it's seeing him like he is this evening. Carefree, acting his age. That's the real thrill for his mother and me. We're both commenting on it. We were both commenting on it today. I believe we have you to thank for that. So this is what she needs when she's like questioning their whole relationship, to be told by not only his father, but also Christian's therapist that, oh, you are the magic cure to his
The
mental
magic bullet,
illness.
as it were.
Yes, you are the magic bullet to his lifelong trauma, early childhood abuse, neglect, death of his mother, being exposed to drugs, being abused by her various pimps, being exposed to sexual abuse, and then being sexually abused years later, as well as horribly abused by Mrs. Robinson for like 10 years. Yeah, you are the magic cure. Because, and again, I have to say, E.L. James repeats this bullshit in The Mister when the answer to Alessia's PTSD, and every time she has a panic attack or a PTSD meltdown, the answer is Maxim sticking his dick in her to make her feel better. I'm sorry, you can't fuck away PTSD.
That has to be the stupidest kind of attempt.
This is dangerous. It's not stupid, it's fucking dangerous is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This is dangerous, saying if you just love somebody enough, because that's what Neil James is going for. I know she's using sex in place of love because she doesn't understand the difference between the two. But yeah, exactly. No, she's fucking Artemis with the golden apples and shit.
No.
I thought you fixed your settings.
Huh? No, I did. I hit the little thing at the bottom. It took me off. But I clicked back, whatever, and I'm like, huh?
As at midnight, we strolled down towards the shore between the tent and the boathouse, where other partygoers are gathered to watch the fireworks. The MC, back in charge, has permitted the removal of masks to better see the display. Sorry, I'm stuffy and it's affecting my voice. Christian has his arm around me, but I'm aware that Taylor and Sawyer are close by. Probably because we're in the crowd now. They're looking anywhere but the dockside, where two technicians dressed in black are making their final preparations. Seeing Taylor reminds me of Layla. Perhaps she's here. Shit. The thought chills my blood, and I huddle closer to Christian. He gazes down at me as he pulls me closer. You okay, baby? Cold? I'm fine. I glance quickly behind him. Yes, said the hell. All the dragons have burned it down. Yes, fuck iPhones and all their stupid shit. Also, I want to ride on one of your dragons. Please pet them and feed them some dead goats for me. Sethdale knows I love his dragons.
I'm sure you do.
I'm fine. I glance quickly behind us and see the other two security guys, whose names I forget, standing close by. Moving me in front of him, Christian puts both arms around me over my shoulders. Suddenly, a stirring classical soundtrack booms over the dock, and two rockets soar into the air, exploding with a deafening bang over the bay, lighting it all in a dazzling canopy of sparkling orange and white, is reflected in a glittering shower over the still calm water of the bay. My jaw drops as several more rockets fire into the air and explode in a kaleidoscope of color. Okay, I don't know what you two are tech worrying about, but my phone's better than yours. And my phone is a like I'm trying to even remember the fucking model. It's like Q5 or something. It's like 4 years pre the Samsung 7 that exploded. And guess what? It works like a fucking charm for everything that I need.
By the way, sorry, never mind.
What?
Oh, I was gonna say that I just thought
Is there a Deadpool poster on your ceiling? The thing directly behind your head. I can see it.
That is actually a blanket I used to block out light from a.
That's nice.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a.
Oh, that's a good blanket. Yeah, you can tell I use black trash bags to put over my curtains for the same reason. Because if I'm filming, the light comes through and blinds the camera, even with curtains.
Mm-hmm.
And those are lined curtains, by the way. And it's still.
Ugh. Oh, sorry. What I was going to say was, in the Xbox One version of Grand Theft Auto 5, if you put in some certain phone number and hit enter, it blows up.
Huh.
Yeah, and that's a reference to the Galaxy.
Why am I not surprised that in GTA things blow up? I wasn't allowed to play these games. Anything that's on an Xbox or a PlayStation, I can guarantee you right now, I've never played it because I wasn't allowed to have those.
Anyway,
My face is no, keep going. We're like 10 pages from the end of the chapter. And we're a half hour behind. Let's go. My face is beginning to ache from the ridiculous grin of wonder plastered across it. I glance at 50 and he's the same sorry, there's a word cut off mid-sentence. I'm not good at that. Same marbling no. Okay. Both I am bad at words that get cut off and then continued on the next line, but also Leo James is a fucking shit writer because this line is clunky as fuck, so this is not my fault.
no, we don't blame you. Don't worry.
Ridiculous grit. I glance at 50. He's the same, marbling like a child at the sensational show. For the final volley of 6 rockets shooting for the finale, a volley of 6 rockets shoot into the dark and explode simultaneously, bathing us in a glorious golden light as the crowd erupts into frantic, enthusiastic applause. That's the big end to your billion-dollar fire show. You fucking suck.
Mm-hmm.
Idiot teenagers set off better shows in the schoolyard across the street from me because that's where you go to set off fireworks in the summer. You live here. In the summer, where do you go to set off fireworks? Schoolyards. Because it's paved and you're not going to set anything on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And burning down the schoolhouse. You know that one, right? Come on. We all had burning down the schoolhouse. I need water. You have to entertain people for 20 seconds.
No problem.
Oh, Seth, I'll remind you, when this bullshit first came out, it was so unedited that there were multiple typos. Squares galore. The first edition is a fucking shit show. And even this one, which is probably a 5th or 6th edition, because I bought it years after it came out, because I bought it when the movies came out. I bought the first one. The other ones got given to me. But yeah, even after a 5th print, there's still typos and bullshit. Also, do you like my hair? Do your dragons like my hair? I'm really self-conscious. I'm gonna do the sides more and spike it up and true yeah. It needs a little adjusting, but I'm trying not to feel like I look like a boy and I look ugly and my face is fat right now. So say nice things. Be right back. Need water.
You look fantastic. You did a great job, by the way. Oh, dang it. She couldn't hear me. Meow. I want chicken. I want liver. Meow mix, please deliver. Oh, nice guy. Ta-da! What's your reward? Oh, you did a fantastic job on your hair.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sadale.
Didn't hear it because you
didn't hear it because what?
You would walked away.
Oh.
Put your head set down. It's like, whoops.
Oh, that's a good point. Let me see what it actually says on the. There's several pages. I haven't been updating my. I haven't been updating my Crimes of Christian list. Shame on me.
No.
I'm gonna have to do that. Wait, let me see. First vintage book edition, April 2012. These are older than I thought.
Ooh.
Random House, vintage comedy, work of fiction. serialized version of the story earlier known as Masters of the Universe under the pseudonym Snow Dragon's Ice Queen. Print in the US 3024. No, wait, where? It's got to say it somewhere. Nope, that's the first page. First Vintage Books edition, April 2012. But it's not saying like what edition this is, only that of that publishing house, because obviously it published copyright 2011 by 50 Shades Limited, and this is saying it was published in 2012. First published by the Writers Coffee Shop Publishing House Australia, 2011. And so this is an April 2012 edition, apparently. Catalog in publication data file on file at Library of Congress. No, it doesn't say what edition this is. It really doesn't. It's got a lot of bullshit. Of like various. Yeah, I think the closest thing is First Vintage Books edition, April 2012, but it's copyrighted earlier than that. So it really doesn't say what edition this is. But no, it doesn't say. It only says related to the publishing house. So I don't think I know what edition this actually is. There's not like anything at the back. No. No, it just ends. So no. No. This is why I went to get water.
Mhm.
There's 2 dragon emojis. That's so cute. I love the heads. Those are so cute. Pet their frills for me. Make sure you wax their horns and, pet their scales and feed them lots of meat. Oh, I know. Believe me. Trust me. I really, someday, Mark, I'm looking at you. If you're still here, Mark, I'm looking at you. I really, 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 and I will totally be there. I will be 80% of this and I will do all the work. But I really, 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 really want an actual lawyer or a law student is close enough to go through these books and in detail break down the actual crimes under law of the appropriate time and place that Christian Grey breaks and what his consequences would be. I promise I will do 80% of the work. Anything that is not required to go to law school for, I will do. I will do the narrative. I will do the graphics. I will even do the fucking editing. And I hate editing and I'm terrible at it. But I can do it if I want to and well if I want to. I can be good at anything if I want to, even if I hate it. But yeah, Mark, I throw down the gauntlet to you. He's probably not even still here. He's probably asleep because it is legitly like 8 a.m. where he is. Oh, you've been drawing this. That is a thing. Good thing. Draw Queen Akasha for me.
I honestly don't know what she looks like. Oh wait, is that what's her name from Queen of the Damned? She died, didn't she?
The actual singer, Aaliyah, died, yes.
Yes, that's who I meant. Yeah, Aaliyah.
Yeah, she died before the movie was finished, and actually her brother wound up doing ADR to finish her lines in the movie.
Wow.
The entire final scene where suddenly her accent seems really, really thick, that was actually her brother.
Ooh. How did she pass away?
Plane crash.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a plane crash. Wait, I'm okay. I gotta find my place.
I'm
I'm
just trying to help.
I know you are, but I gotta find my place. There's music once more from the dance floor, but it's the DJ playing a thumping dance number. The bass or breath, I'm not sure. Bass pounding. Okay. I'm aware of this. anyone would like to help me bribe Mark into doing this, I point out the PayPal link is above, and I will definitely pay him in ducks. You have got to download that sound effect for next week. Do we agree?
All right. Well, I don't know how I'd be able to do that and be on camera though.
I will help you with that because I do know how.
Oh, okay.
I 100% know how, and I will help you. Also, I just tricked you into agreeing to be here next week.
Fuck. Oh, I'm probably not going to be here next
You're
week.
busy because you're going camping, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to be up at my cottage.
Yeah, I thought so.
Birthday weekend.
That's right. Everyone love on Deadpool. It's his birthday next week.
6 days, actually.
How old are you?
39.
Oh my god! And he's not actually lying about being 39 and really turning 40. This is the only year you get to say that.
No, I'm actually, well, not right now. I'm 38. I'm going to be 39.
No, I know.
Oh,
but I'm
oh,
saying,
okay.
like, most
Yeah.
people, once they pass 40, lie and turn every birthday into 38, especially
Mhm.
insecure women.
Well, I compliment women by saying, "Oh, it's your 29th birthday, or the whatever anniversary of your 29th birthday."
Christy Kitty sent you cake.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
And yes, I know. She was
Oh
not
God.
so much known for being, yeah, I know. I know, in the famous denim matching clothes interview, and that's when he put out the song, or he did or she did, I can't even remember. Age ain't nothing but a number, because he was like 40 and dating the obviously 14, 15-year-old, and they were clearly banging, and there's videos which he blamed on his brother of him sexually abusing her, and something about drinking urine. Or like peeing on her, because that was something he was known to do, was pee on the women that he was abusing, including her. And then he said, the guy in the video is not me, it's my brother.
Yeah,
and that's how he got out of
bullshit.
that, and the fact that she died is what got him out of going to jail for SA related crimes against her.
Mhm.
Yeah. And by the way, this is one of those times where I'm like, how are there no conspiracy theories that he had anything to do with her death? He
Mm.
didn't. To be clear, he didn't. It was an accident. Accidents happen. She was in a small plane. It went down. She died. Everyone died. It's very tragic. R. Kelly had absolutely nothing to do with it. And I'm sure, just let me say this as a human being, I'm sure as he is also a human being, no matter how much I think he's evil, that he was really, like, devastated when that happened, especially as they were married. So his wife just died, and it was secret. So I'm sure he was like really emotionally distraught. But still, how are there no theories that he, like, used Jewish space lasers to take down the plane? Okay, this is why you got to get the sound effect, because it's more effective than you. No offense.
I know. None taken.
They did. Her parents did get it annulled. This is true. Not that it stopped anything.
Yeah. Yay!
We're saying goodnight to my parents before we leave. Come. Christian leads me through a gaggle of guests to Grace and Kyrek, who wish us fond and warm farewells. Please do come again, Anastasia. It's been lovely having you here, Grace says kindly. I'm a little overwhelmed by both her and Karek's reaction. Fortunately, Grace's parents have retired for the evening, so at least I'm spared their enthusiasm. In a relaxed, weary silence, Christian and I walk hand in hand in front of the house, where countless cars are lined up waiting to collect guests. I glance up at 50. He looks happy. It's a real pleasure to see him this way. I suspect it's unusual after such an extraordinary day. Basically, his family is, like, afraid that he's going to, like, destroy the only person he's ever attracted as a potential partner, and they're worried he's going to end up alone. Can I just say, I'm 37. I've been in one serious relationship that flamed out epically. Nobody in my family ever gave a fuck about whether I was going to end up alone or not.
Yeah, but your family is
fucked up, and yeah, other than dealing with my grandfather's death, I've not spoken to any of them in over 10 years prior to that.
And I'm not.
By the way, since my uncle did actually send me what my grandfather left me and I received it, I asked him because he asked me, No, because he asked me, is there like anything from the grandparents, like their house, their stuff that you want? And I gave him a list of 3 things that I do want. And I told him this over 6 months ago. And he even said, he's like, we're on vacation over the summer. Don't expect me to look for it until the spring. Well, spring happened, summer happened. We're now going into fall. And he has not contacted me since he sent me what my grandfather left me in a letter. And I have not heard from him since. And he said like another family member wants to get in touch. And I was like, they can text me and here's my number. But nobody's ever texted me. And he's not replied in over a month because I waited a month and then said like, "Hey, thank you for the letter. Thank you for blah blah blah. Have you found those things that I specifically asked for?" And I've gotten no reply.
Ghosted.
Yeah. Oh, because he was legally obligated to send me the letter and what my grandfather left me, which wasn't anything, but it's like clearly he doesn't give a flying fuck. Like this is the guy. By the way, my uncle is the guy that when my mother died, which by the way, the anniversary of that was 4 days ago. 4 days ago became 20 years since she died. I
Sorry.
posted a picture in my Discord. No, nobody reacted. One person reacted. I posted a picture of my dead mother from 20 years ago, and one person noticed. So thank you, everyone on my Discord. But my point is, when my mother died, I didn't really have a place to live. She had been living not in a real place, kind of, but there was a box this big of things of hers, but I didn't have anywhere to keep it. So I asked my uncle, same uncle, to keep this box for me till I had a place to put it, and it had the only things on planet Earth that I wanted of my mother. He then ghosted my calls for 3 years. I left him messages almost weekly for 3 years. At one point saying like, I want the box, I want my mother's stuff, give it back to me. He didn't talk to me for 3 years. The next time I saw him was at another family funeral. My family gets together for funerals, not even weddings and funerals, just funerals. And so when I saw him and got the chance to actually talk to him, I then got 3 different answers between him and his idiot gold digging horse slut moron wife of what happened to my mother's stuff. But the point is, it's gone. And it was either they threw it out because they thought I didn't want it, which what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you ever do that? Keep in mind, I was 17 years old when my mother passed away. I was 17 years old and pretty much living on the streets. And my idiot family shows up to throw a fake funeral, but none of them give a fuck what happened to me or tried to like help me in any way because I was the, bastard daughter of their bastard daughter who didn't grow up to become anything. So it's my fault that like my life is the way it is. And
Dickheads.
yeah, no, my family's horrifically abusive. But
Let's
yeah, the
not-
explanation was either yeah, no, they thought I didn't want my mother's stuff. The only things I have left in the world of her, because keep in mind, we lost everything growing up several times. We lost everything about 6 times before she died, and I mean everything. To where I went to school the next day with the clothes on my back and the books in my bag, and that was it. That was it. We lost everything. I have no childhood photos. I have no childhood mementos. Everything I own in my life right now, I bought myself after I moved out and was on my own after she died. I don't own a single thing from before that. And he thought, yeah, just she doesn't want her mother's things.
I'm just gonna toss it.
I realized I didn't say it the best because I was mad, but yeah, that photo is out of an old. It's about the only decent photo I have of her. Because yeah, I have an old photo album. That's the only thing I have from when I was a child. There's a couple photos of me like under 8, and my mom with the permed hair, which tells you it's like the early 90s. But yeah, that's all I had. Because yeah, my idiot uncle said, because I got 3 different explanations. Either he thought I didn't want it and he threw it away. That was one. The other was that their basement had flooded and it got destroyed, so they threw it away. And the other was that they just lost it. And this is between him and his wife in the span of 20 minutes in the same house. So, no, the answer is you threw it away because you're a callous bastard. And that's why you're not answering me now, because you don't think, like, oh, she wants those things from her grandparents? Well, she doesn't matter, because she's not really part of this family. So we don't give a fuck what she wants, even though it's actually her own things being returned. But, she's not a good person, so we hate her. And we're not going to, not an appropriate moment.
No. Well,
I reach up and he flinches ever so slightly, but stays still, grasping the corner of his bow tie. I pull it so it unravels, revealing the top button of his shirt. I gently undo it. You look hot like this, I whisper. Actually, he looks hot all the time, but really hot like this. He smiles. I need to get to your home. I need to get you home. Come. At the car, Sawyer hands Christian an envelope. He frowns at it and glances at me as Taylor ushers me into the car. Taylor looks relieved for some reason. Christian climbs in and hands me the envelope unopened, as Taylor and Sawyer take their seats in the front. It's addressed to you. One of the staff gave it to Sawyer, no doubt from yet another ensnared heart. So he now thinks she's what, getting stalker fan letters at a party thrown by his parents? Creepy. Christian's mouth twists, and it's obvious this is an unpleasant concept to him. I stare at the note. Who is it from? Ripping it open, I read it quickly in the dim light. Holy shit, it's from her. Why won't she leave me alone? I may have misjudged you, and you have definitely misjudged me. Call me if you need to fill in any of the blanks. We could have lunch. Christian doesn't want me talking to you, but I would be more than happy to help. Don't get me wrong. I approve. Believe me. But so help me, if you hurt him. He's been hurt enough. Call me. 206-279-6261. Mrs. Robinson. I don't remember this at all. Also, I'm sure that that's a real phone number because it doesn't start with 555.
Yeah.
Which I'm sorry, you're an idiot. Fuck. She signed it Mrs. Robinson. He told her. The bastard. You told her? Told who what? Did I call her Mrs. Robinson? I snap. It's from Elena? Christian is shocked. This is ridiculous. Okay, no, what's ridiculous is the fact that he didn't open it and read it before he gave it to her, because we all know that he definitely did that. I'll deal with her tomorrow. Or Monday, he murmurs bitterly. And though I'm ashamed to admit it, a very small part of me is pleased. My subconscious nods sagely. Elena's pissing him off. And this can only be good. Surely. I decide to say nothing for now, but stash her note in my bag. And as a gesture guaranteed to lighten the mood, I hand him back the balls. Until next time, I murmur. When exactly were these withdrawn from her vagina? Because I'm pretty sure he fucked her with them still in there. I don't recall him actually removing them when they were having sex.
True.
So I'm sorry, but with the two security guards in the front seat, is she really spreading her legs and pulling them out and handing them to him right now? Because that's the only way I'm getting there. Sethale, you have access to Dragon Fire. Also, if you want me to hurry, tie me up tighter. Although I'm ashamed to, until next time I remember, he glances at me. It's hard to see his face in the darkness. He reaches for my hand and squeezes it. I gaze out of the window into the darkness, reflecting on this long day. I've learned so much about him, gleaned so many missing details. The salons, the roadmap, his childhood. But there's still more to discover. What about Mrs. Robinson? Yes, she cares for him, and deeply, it would appear. But I can still see that he cares for her, but not in the same way. I don't know what to think about this anymore. All this information is making my head hurt. Christian wakes me up just as we pull up outside of Escala. Do I need to carry you in? He asks gently. I shake my head sleepily. No way. As we stand in the elevator, I lean against him, putting my head against his shoulder. Sawyer stands in front of us, shifting uncomfortably. It's been a long day, eh, Anastasia? I nod. Tired? I nod. You're not very talkative. I nod and he grins. Come, I'll put you to bed. He takes my hand and we exit the elevator, but we stop in the foyer when Sawyer holds up his hand. In a split second, I'm instantly awake. Sawyer talks into his sleeve. I had no idea he was wearing a radio. Will do, T, he says and turns to face us. Mr. Gray, the tires on Miss Steele's Audi have been slashed and paint thrown all over it. Holy shit, my car? Who would do that? And I know the answer as soon as the question materializes in my mind. Layla. I glance up at Christian and he blanches. Taylor's concerned the perp may have entered the apartment and may still be there. He wants to make sure. I see, Christian whispers. What's Taylor's plan? He's coming up the service elevator with Ryan and Reynolds. They'll do a sweep, then give us the all clear. I'm to wait with you, sir. Okay, by the way, real security would not be asking him what the fuck to do right now. Real security, by the way, would not be letting him remain on the same floor if they think the perpetrator is in his fucking apartment right now and they're on that floor. Real security is going to hit the lobby button, or actually the basement garage button, because they're going to be saying, sir, you and your lady are getting in a car and we're driving away from this location right now because this location is not safe. Like, that's real fucking security. This is bullshit. Thank you, Sawyer. Christian tightens his arm around me. The stage just gets better and better. He sighs bitterly, nuzzling my hair. Listen, I can't stand here and wait, Sawyer. Take care of Mrs. Steele. Don't let her in until you have the all clear. I'm sure Taylor's overreacting. She can't get into the apartment. Said the person with, like, no security. What? No, Christian, you have to stay with me, I plead, because we need to make her be more pathetic. Christian releases me. Do as you're told, Anastasia. Wait here. No. Sawyer, Christian says. Sawyer opens the foyer door and lets Christian enter the apartment, then shuts the door behind him and stands in front of it, staring impassively down at me. Holy shit, Christian. All manner of horrific outcomes run through my mind, but all I can do is stand and wait. End of chapter.
Holy shit.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but this is the dumbass of all dumbass moves to where he arrives and is. By the way, his security sucks. He has the best paid security in the fucking world, and they fucking suck. Because they do not let you. I don't care if you're the guy paying the bills. They're not gonna let him walk into the apartment where they suspect there is still a dangerous, violent, armed. By the way, because the thing Christian didn't tell her is that Layla got a gun permit, so she has a gun, and so they think there's a potentially delusional, crazed former lover with a gun in his apartment. They're not gonna let him walk in there. They're not gonna let him off the elevator. Again, I cannot say how, and I will not say how, and I can't actually say how, but I've gone to things with security. You better believe, even though you're the person they're protecting, you are not in charge of them. Let me tell you. I fucking know. If they think something's unsafe, you're not moving. You're not leaving the room. You're not going out that door. You're not getting out of the fucking chair they told you to sit in until they make sure things are clear. They're going to do their goddamn job, and they don't care if you're the person writing the checks at the end of the day that's in the room saying open the door. If they think opening the door is unsafe, guess what? The door's not opening. And that is that. So there's no way in fucking hell that any legitimate security, and it's heavily implied that he has like Black Castle or Blackwater, where the fuck Eric Prince's company is called, and they were the big security firm at the time, and they scammed the whole world and blew up Iraq and stole a lot of antiquities, blah, 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 and about $9 billion according to some things, blah, blah. That guy, Blackwater, Black Castle, whatever the fuck they're actually called.
Blackwater, I believe it was. Yeah.
Is it Blackwater? Because I know in Leverage they're called Black Castle, but. Okay, so Thel, are you insulting my intelligence? Because if you are, I slap you in the face with a glove and I demand pistols at dawn, sir. Because I am an intelligent female and you are not gonna.
Belittle.
Yeah. You are not gonna pretend that I am not, brains ahoy. I might have tits ahoy as well, but I got brains to back them up. Because my ballast is.
Sorry.
You're forgiven, thank you.
Hi, you
Yes.
talking here?
No, I'm talking to Sithel. Alright, since we are moving on to chapter 8, our final chapter, this is your last chance to put me in handcuffs and watch me struggle as I read it. So here's your last chance. $25 collectively for
Woohoo!
handcuffs. Again, we got about 2 shots left that I'll drink on my own. I gotta come up with something better for $10. I had an idea and then I forgot it. But yeah, if you want to watch me cuffed up to read the last chapter, this is the good time to do it. To everyone watching, these are the official. I can talk because I'm not stuffy at all. My chest isn't killing me at all. I'm not dying of a cold at all. I'm not. My biggest concern, because it moved into it was a head cold. Now it's in my chest. I felt the flutter. I get pneumonia fucking easily. I've had pneumonia 16 times. Okay. I've had it 16 times. I've been hospitalized twice. I've been intubated 3 times. I've been on antibiotics so much that the first round that they usually give for whatever pneumonia is, after about 14 times, it doesn't work so much. So I have to request the other one that does work now, but I've had it a lot. Like my last year of high school, I was out for 3 weeks because I had pneumonia. And the thing is, I went to a high school at the time that was so small that it was only like 160 students, and most of them were pregnant women. And I had very contagious walking pneumonia. So I was like, hey, we have pregnant women in my school. Can I be anywhere near? They're like, no, you need to stay the hell away for at least 2 weeks while you take antibiotics and become not contagious, because pregnancy and pneumonia don't mix. So I literally had to take like 2 weeks off my final year because I was contagious, and I would have been more of a danger being in that school environment where like every woman there was like pretty much pregnant. So I couldn't be there. And that's the reason. That's, by the way, the reason that I did not win top award, because I had to take 2 weeks off. Yep. Sethdale, exactly right. Yep. And that's where I am right now. And yeah, I felt like I was getting lanced through the chest earlier.
Ooh.
And yeah, it's been since Thursday, because Wednesday was the bad day, and then I woke up on Thursday sick as a dog, to where I couldn't breathe and felt like I had broken ribs, and yeah, so it's been about 3 days. So I was desperately hoping. I'm still hoping, because even though my chest is killing me, and I can definitely feel things building up as I felt before, like I'm one of those people, I remember what it feels like. I know exactly what's happening.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And always when I have a chest infection, the lymph nodes under my arms swell and make my breasts hurt, and that's going on. So
boy.
I definitely think I'm headed towards pneumonia, Bill, but I'm still hoping I can pull it out. Because I'm really hoping I can just ride this out as a chest cold without full-blown pneumonia happening. Because also, I don't want to have to go to a fucking walk-in clinic and sit around and try to explain why I don't have a doctor. Not that I give a fuck, but it's like, hi, I have pneumonia. Can you just write a script for whatever? And then they insist on wasting your time forever and ever, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no. But I'm not getting into that, because chapter 8! But also, third and last shout out, PayPal Survival Fund is above. There is like 1 shot left in this bottle if you would like to buy it for me, or you can put me in cuffs for $25. I'm still working on a thing for $50. I really got to come up with a thing. Not because I actually expect that anyone will ever donate that amount ever, but only because having 2 things seems lame and 3 things is like a real thing. That's a little of my OCD just coming out. It's me being OCD. Really, it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, jeez. Girl.
You know,
Yeah, no kidding. Ow.
yeah, it would help if I had
Oh.
an actual inhaler right now, but I don't have a doctor to write a script for one, so I don't have one.
Shit.
This is why I get pneumonia. I've been severe asthmatic since I was a child. My lungs are fucking bullshit. My lungs are crap. Like
Mhm.
the last few times I've had X-rays of my lungs and shit, they're like, did you grow up breathing asbestos? It's like, no, I grew up with severe asthma before it was properly treated, and I've had pneumonia like 15 times. What
Mhm.
the fuck do you think? Yes, I have
Mhm.
lung scarring, and I have very limited lung capacity. I can barely hold my breath for 30 seconds. Like, this is why I never went beyond red level in swimming class, because it involved diving and swimming the length of the pool, and I couldn't do that because I can't hold my breath that long.
Mhm.
This is why I failed out of swim class, and I was very upset.
Oh.
I liked swimming, and I was very, very upset.
Mhm. Well, I'm like a fish.
Yeah, I've known people like that.
Yeah.
Chapter 8.
Sorry.
Sawyer talks into his sleeve again. Taylor, Mr. Gray has entered the apartment, which you shouldn't have let him do if you're any kind of fucking security. Like, I had a cop drag me off my own street once over an unsecure situation. Granted, I didn't know what it was, and I walked out of the building with headphones on, and I didn't hear the cop coming. He literally just grabbed me around the waist and started dragging me to the point where I elbowed him in the ribs, which, to my defense, I didn't know who the fuck was grabbing me.
Mhm.
I just stepped into my building to go to school, and I was just walking across the parking lot, and suddenly, from behind, somebody grabs me around the chest, starts dragging me. Yeah, you better believe. I elbowed him hard in the ribs, and then I turned around with my fist up to punch him in the face, but then I saw the cop uniform, and he was doing this, and I took my headphones, and I was like, what? And he's like, you have to go back inside. There's a gun situation next door. And then I look, and there's 20 cops with their guns drawn. Guns drawn, by the way. Not just standing. Guns drawn, pointed at the building that shares the other side of the driveway with mine. But I didn't know that. So yeah, he grabbed me and was like, you gotta go back inside because we have a gun situation. And it's because somebody had committed a robbery nearby, but then they fled into that building. They were heavily armed and they knew it. So they shut down the whole street. They shut down my school. My school was on the end of the block. I don't know what Tylenol severe cold and flu is. I can't take Tylenol because it makes I'm alert. I don't know if I'm allergic or what the fuck ever. I always confuse. Tylenol is acetaminophen or one of them is ibuprofen. Whichever one Advil is, whether that's I think it's acetaminophen I can't take. I can't take acetaminophen because it makes it feel nobody's ever really explained this, but I think there's some rare condition that says it. Acetaminophen specifically, if it's Tylenol, because it's definitely Tylenol, and I think it's acetaminophen. I may be confusing. I'm sorry if I am. But it basically causes me to feel like my brain is swelling within my skull to painfully dangerous levels to where I literally can't lift my head. My head will be like this, and I can't lift my head, and I
Oh
can't.
my god.
And I'm in so much pain that I can't even cry. And then it feels like my brain is swelling so much that my skull is going to explode. And it feels like I can feel my skull cracking, and it's just massive pain. And I can't speak or even cry. And my head is like this because I can't lift my head. Like it has some neurological thing where I can't lift my head. And I can't speak. And it's really bad. So I can't take Tylenol. Um, I don't know if we still have Mucinex here. I hope we do. We have Benadryl, one of the two.
Benadryl.
Benadryl? Yeah, we have that.
Also, check the private discussion.
I'm not seeing anything.
That only like you said. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, fine. Later conversation.
Yep.
But yeah, we have Benalid and NyQuil. NyQuil and DayQuil are the big ones here, but they're so expensive now. They're like $20 a bottle, for real. Like fucking A. And you go through like one bottle in like 3 days, and it's like, who the fuck can afford that? Like, nobody can afford that. It's ridiculous.
Mm.
Like, things that should be free. Because, like, I'm sick. I need medicine. And, like, yeah, over the counter things will help me, but I can't afford, like, $60. Because, again, it lasts for, like, 3 days, and that's the DayQuil and the NyQuil. So that's, like, $40 or or like including delivery and tax and shit, that's like $60 in 3 days, and you probably need it for a week. That's like $120. Who the fuck can afford that? It's like, no, I'm fine. Like, I'll cough a lot and I'll blow my nose a lot, but that's fine. I don't. Yeah, would I feel better if I had it? Fine. Am I going to die without it? No, probably not. If this actually goes full blown pneumonia, do I know where there's a walk-in clinic that's not going to ask any questions and I could probably get antibiotics from? Yeah. And I'll do so if necessary, though I'm going to get there. Now I'm thinking about that. I'm not going to think about that because I'm going to pretend this isn't happening, that I'm not getting sicker in 3 days because I decided 3 days ago, as soon as I felt it move into my chest, and I know that I'm extraordinarily prone to pneumonia. I decided I'm not getting pneumonia this time because I'm refusing to allow it.
Read.
I'm refusing to allow that I'm getting pneumonia again.
La
and
la
I'm
la
gonna be
la
laid
la.
out.
Read.
You're not being appropriate,
I'm trying to.
and you're doing it in a bad way.
I apologize.
Right way, wrong way. Good idea, bad idea. Do you know what show that's from?
Animaniacs.
Damn right. Listen to him. I still gotta watch the revival of that Pinky and the Brain because I really gotta see if they fucked it up or not. The trailer was awesome. That was cute. Sawyer talks into his, please let me go in, I plead. Sorry, Miss Steele, this won't take long. Sawyer holds out both hands up in a defensive gesture. Taylor and the guys are just coming into the apartment now. Oh, I feel so impotent. Standing stock still, I listen avidly for the slightest sound, but all I hear is my aggravated breathing. It's loud and shallow. My scalp prickles and my mouth is dry, and I feel faint. Please let Christian be okay. I pray silently. Did you hear a gunshot? Because unless you heard a gunshot, you don't have a reason to be concerned. I have no idea how much time passes, and still we hear nothing. Surely no sound is good. There are no gunshots. See? I begin pacing around the table in the foyer and examine the paintings on the wall to distract myself. Isn't she still in the elevator? How is she in the foyer? Did it say they went up in the elevator or they're still?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
See, that's how crappy E.L. James is as a writer. You don't even know from when page.
Yeah, and then there's a scene where Maxim had 3 arms.
Wait, what?
There was a scene in The Mister where Maxim definitely had 3 arms during sex because of the way he was touching her. He would have had to have 3 arms to do it.
Oh, that hurts my head. No.
It's true. There are multiple. No, that's the thing. Neil James, we need to send her those little maquettes, those little mannequin dolls, so she can plan out the sex scenes and make sure they actually make sense instead of just saying, like I said, the one we just read, Christian Grey had his fingers up her vagina while she was laid over his lap and then apparently lowered her to the ground in front of him so she was kneeling, but somehow still kept his fingers buried in her vagina while he was sitting on the bed and lowering her to kneel in front of him. Somehow he still kept his fingers in her vagina. Is his arm 10 feet long?
Not unless he's like Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And then somehow, while still keeping his fingers inside her, he then moved off the bed and kneeled down behind her, and then only then withdrew his fingers and started fucking her in an undisclosed location because it's written like he fucks her anally. Your dragons? You don't know where they are? They don't have collars? Have they escaped? I will help you look for them. I will totally help you look for them because I love all dragons and they all should be here. So I will totally help you with that. Anytime you need help with the dragons, I am so your woman. I am here for you 100%. I stare at Sawyer as he watches me impassively. What's happening? No news, Miss Steele. Abruptly, the doorknob moves. Sawyer spins like a top and draws a gun from his shoulder holster. I freeze and Christian appears at the door. Okay, I'm sorry, but you're fucking shit security. If you let your principal go into an apartment, you don't go with them. And then when the door opens, you draw your fucking gun, so you're gonna shoot the person that hired you, you fucking moron. I'm sorry, but E.L. James is not a right fucking security for shit. Again, I've had personal security for reasons, not a lot, only once or twice, but let's just say you know some things. No, it was not at my request, and I wasn't paying for it. It was other reasons, and somebody else did it, and I didn't know about it. Well, the first time I knew about it. Second time I didn't know about it, and I was pissed. But I have been around and handled, shall we say, by personal security firms, and let's just say they don't act like this. All clear, he says, frowning at Sawyer, who puts his gun away immediately and steps back to let me in. Yes, they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Everybody here is in the point. That's the point. They're all complete. I'm glad the dragons are fine. They've had a couple goats today. They're well fed. Their scales are shined. Their claws are,
Nice and sharp.
judged. Yeah. They're well fed, resting
Pampered.
comfortably. They have
Pampered.
a nice cool cave to relax in. A little
Mm.
fire in case they need some warmth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Take good care of the dragons. I mean, I think dragons probably don't appreciate belly rubs. It's probably a little too, subservient for them because they're dragons. But, the smoothing of the scales, little stroking, little grooming, little polishing of the horns, little, buffing of the claws. That could be okay. It really does. What the hell? Seriously, you don't want to see me in cuffs tonight? As you have the last few? Did it help if I bite him like this? Ow. That's metal. I'm so 80s. I really need to start doing covers. They'll never get monetized and they'll get deleted, but let's start doing covers because I used to rock me some Cyndi Lauper. All right, baby. He moves towards me, enveloping me in his arms and kisses my hair. Come on, you're tired. Bed. I was so worried, I murmur, rejoicing in his embrace and inhaling his sweet, sweet scent with my head against his chest. I know. We're all jumpy. Sawyer has disappeared, presumably into the apartment. Honestly, your exes are proving to be very challenging, Mr. Gray. I mutter wryly. Christian relaxes. Yes, they are. He releases me and, taking my hand, leads me across the hallway into the great room. By the way, if you're dating somebody for a month and they have stalker exes with guns that cause this level of distress, are you still dating them? Also, is there a murder scene behind your head or what the fuck?
Who, me?
Yes, you. Look behind your head.
Oh, that's paint.
Why?
I don't know. I
Is it
didn't
yours?
originally have this room.
Why are you in it?
I switched rooms. The other one was smaller. Sorry.
So you need to repaint.
Yes.
Okay. So, everyone in the chat, we're going to encourage Deadpool to do some repainting of his apartment. Because clearly there's a need for this.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you can totally get sample size paints for free that would cover that up.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm officially putting that on your doing list for the next week.
Okay.
If you're allowed to paint where you live. I don't know. Some places are
I'm not
bitchy.
100% sure, to be honest.
You could ask.
Mm-hmm.
Just say there's some there's some not welcome from a previous person. Make clear it's not from you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you gotta do. Just say previous person did this. Is it okay if I just paint over it with like a bland color? I'm sure they'll say yes. And you can totally, I promise you, I can talk you through how to get that paint for free. Absolutely. 100%. Where was it? Something went off. What? Mm-hmm. And there's that. He releases me and taking my hand, leads me across the hallway into the great room. Taylor and his crew are checking all the closets and cupboards. I don't think she's here. Why would she be here? It makes no sense. Exactly. Could she get in? I don't see how. But Taylor is overcautious sometimes. Also, she's writing overcautious as one word when I'm pretty sure it's not one word.
Mm.
Have you searched your playroom? I whisper. Christian glances quickly at me, his brow creasing. Yes, it's locked. But Taylor and I checked. Okay, so Taylor knows about the existence of the playroom. Confirmed.
Concerned, very much so.
Yeah, also that. Also, they had in the movies, and I will never forgive them. They had a guy that was in the unit that I really, really liked because he's also in other things. I knew him before he was in the unit, but I really, really liked him, and he's one of the best episodes of Criminal Minds the fucking ever that displayed mental illness, and he did an exemplary fucking job in that episode, and he deserved like a fucking Emmy. I don't think he was even nominated, but God, he should have been. He should have won. But guy who played Taylor in the movies, so if anyone was like so much better than this shit, and I include two Oscar winners, because both the person that played Christian Grey's mother and the person who played Mrs. Robinson, they both had Oscars to their names before they took on these roles. So they're obviously too good for this shit, but the paycheck must have been pretty decent. But the guy who played Taylor, way too good for this, so I seriously, genuinely hope they paid him $1 billion to be in this goddamn bullshit that he's too good for. Come, let me put you to bed. You look exhausted. Christian's expression softens. I frown. Isn't he coming too? Does he want to sleep alone? I'm relieved when he leads me into his bedroom. I place my clutch bag on the chest of drawers and open the empty contents. I spy Mrs. Robinson's note. Here. I pass it to Christian. I don't know if you want to read this. I want to ignore it. Christian scans it briefly and his jaw tenses. I'm not sure what blanks she can fill in, he says dismissively. I need to talk to Taylor. He gazes down at me. Let me unzip your dress. Are you going to call the police about your car? I ask as I turn around. I note she's calling it his car.
Mm-hmm.
When it's not his car. It's her car. It is legally her car. So yeah, it's her choice whether to call the police. And yes, I would. Even if let's say, let me be in Anastasia's position, where I understand that likely the person who did this is a mentally ill person who has been made so and been so horrifically abused by the person I'm now dating that they have obviously had some kind of mental or psychotic snap to where they have now physically vandalized my car because I am the person, because he's treating me like a girlfriend and she wanted to be the girlfriend, but he only treated her as a sub and violently abused her and then threw her away when he was done or bored with her. And now she's not jealous. Jealous is not the word. Anyone who says jealous, you're a fucking moron. She's not jealous. It's different. It's psychological. That now she's seeing somebody having the position that she wanted, and she's saying, "What do you have that I don't have?" And that's literally what she says to Anastasia. What do you have that I don't have? Why couldn't I be the girlfriend? Why couldn't he make me his person forever? I gave him everything. I did everything. I did everything that he wanted. I let him do anything to me. I let him abuse me, beat me, rape me, whatever. Why couldn't he choose me? And Christian's every bit responsible for this. Because the way he treats his subs is disgusting. He uses them, beats them, rapes them, abuses them, and he throws them away when he gets bored. He doesn't care what happens to them after that. He even said, like, oh, she went on, she got married, but then she got divorced, then she got depressed, then she got, like, into the psychological spiral. All of it is his doing. He did this. He did this. He did this to this woman, and he doesn't care. And now he has an idiot girlfriend that's like, oh, well, she couldn't take it being with him, even though she left him for these exact reasons a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's like, oh, she couldn't take it, and now she's crazy. Oh, well, that's too bad. But, like, I'm the one he chose, so I'm the princess. While at the same time, denying that she wants to be that. Like, this is why her character is such a fail, because she wants and doesn't want. And whatever you're going for, you're so wrong. He sweeps my hair out of the way, his fingers softly grazing my naked back, and tugs down the zipper. No, I don't want the police involved. Layla needs help, not police intervention. I agree with that, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want them here. We just have to double our efforts to find her. Excuse me. He leans down and plants a gentle kiss on my shoulder. Go to bed. He orders. And then he's gone. Okay, we have so much to break down. One, that he goes in the apartment alone, already lets up, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Two, that he's like, just go to bed and let me deal with it, honey. Which is the ultimate mansplaining of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that, like, it's her car, and she's like, no, I'm not going to call the police because she needs help. But then doesn't say, hey, Christian idiot, you obviously know who she is, so get some fucking help. Name the game franchise. Gorilla, rhinoceros, spider, snake, elephant, bird. Again, if this is, I'm sorry, if this is Xbox or PlayStation, you
No,
go
no,
for it.
it's
I told
definitely
you,
not.
I don't know.
It's okay.
This is Nintendo? So the only gorilla
Yep.
is Donkey Kong.
Yes, that's it.
I
You got-
never played those. I don't know
Oh.
those.
Oh, okay then.
So if it's a specific one, I don't know.
No. I'm just talking
But
about.
I know it's the game that, like, where we found out my cousin was the most autistic ever because it was the first Donkey Kong Banjo-Kazooie game. He walked around a tree for 3 hours because he, quote, said it looked wrong and he knew there was something up. And then he became the first person in recorded history because the day the game came out to find a hidden warp pipe within the tree. And the game devs still say there's no, like, discernible difference from the outside. Yeah, my autistic cousin spent 3 hours circling that tree. Yes, there was a discernible difference. That's why he knew it was a secret portal, and it just took him a while to figure out how to access it. So I'm sorry, you're not as smart as you think you are, game devs of N64 games. Because, yeah, that was N64. I remember Banjo-Kazooie. It wasn't one of the franchises I was allowed to play, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's the main antagonist of Donkey Kong.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't allowed to play those. I don't know.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm still amazed. You know, my other, like, Queen of the Damned was one of my formative movies. One of the others that I bet nobody knows, Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman and Goran Vincic. Anyone can tell me the name of that movie? Well, I'd be impressed. Yeah, what movie was Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman? Before
And
they were both
together.
really big, and Goran Vincic and Stockard Channing, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, She of Grease, there are worse things I could do. And now I really could sing that song, and I can sing the fucking Torchlight shit out of that song. I lie staring at the ceiling, waiting for him to return. So much has happened today, so much to process. Where to start? I wake with a jolt, disoriented. Have I been asleep? Blinking. Okay, now you're making me have Dallas flashbacks. Did I fall asleep? Only for a while. I still need to fully fucking, like, I need to fucking fuck the fuck out of that show. Have I been asleep, blinking in the dim? You don't need to know. Blinking in the dim hallway cast through the open, slightly bedroom door, I notice Christian is not with me. Where is he? I glance up. Standing at the end of the bed is a shadow. A woman, maybe, just in black. It's difficult to tell.
Oh
In
shit.
my befuddled state, I reach across and switch on the bedside light and turn back to look, but there's no one there. I shake my head. Did I imagine it? Dream it? Yes, you did. But you know the movie, Sathel, do you not? I don't even remember what the fuck I said. What did I say? What movie did I say?
Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman before they were big.
Right, yeah, I know it. Yep. And the reason, here's the thing. Between me and my cousin, I looked at the time, we were both teenagers, young, pretty teenagers, and I looked a fuck ton like Sandra Bullock, and she looked a fuck ton like Nicole Kidman because she's a fire ginger with like neon orange hair, and we both had
still
the
pretty.
personalities. I'm so not. I'm
Yes, you
disgustingly
are.
ugly.
You shut up.
Seriously, I just cut my hair into the boy style to say like
Take the goddamn
fuck
compliment.
ugly. No, I won't.
Yes.
It's a lie, and I don't accept lies. I'm not pretty at all.
You are.
No, by no conventional definition.
Who said I was talking about conventional beauty?
Yeah, that means you're a liar.
I'm not.
2-second break.
Okay.
Also, I need a fucking torch lighter that fucking works. Oh,
Puff, puff, puff. What?
I wish you did. I need new fire so hard. Like, no, it's. I've had this. This one's been good to me for like over 2 years, but it's definitely breaking down. So I definitely need a new one. That's gonna go onto my budget of shall we say things that burn next month, which is not great. Which I already don't have a budget for it. I'm still trying to work out my personal. I'm not in a country where shit is legal. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to work out, and yeah, my lighter is like failing me. Though it, like, granted, $10 lighter, it lasted like 2.5 years. I can't fucking complain. But I do need a new one, and I need to re up for the next month or so because I only get to buy a month at a time, which means like bullshit. But
Mm-hmm.
oh, they have these like honey flavored joints that I would. Oh, if I get a half on one of those every night, it'd be so. But too expensive.
You live right near a dispensary.
It's not the question of like We both live in Canada, dude, where everything is legal, but it's not the legal, it's the price.
Yeah, true.
No, where am I left my place? The main room is empty, the only light emanating from the 3 pendulum lamp above the breakfast bar. But his study door is ajar, and I hear him on the phone. I don't know why you're calling at this hour. I have nothing to say to you. Well, you can tell me now. You don't have to leave a message. I stand motionless by the door, eavesdropping guiltily. Who is he talking to? No, you listen. I asked you, and now I'm telling you. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Seriously, if she doesn't know what he's talking about, like, fucking, this is what I'm saying. And again, E.L. James is trying to do the Disney trope where the princesses are stupid, but they're usually clueless, not stupid, so you get away with it a little more. Whereas in this case, Anastasia is just literally, deliberately being stupid AF.
He's an absolute moron.
She's stupid. She's not oblivious or ignorant or wasn't in the room when it was said. She hears it said, and she's so stupid. Is the problem?
He's a fucking moron.
Thank you, and yes. Oh shit!
Oh.
I knock tentatively on the door. What? He snarls, and I almost want to run and hide. This is an emotion you should never have from the person you're intimately involved with. He sits at his desk with his head in his hands. He glances up, his expression ferocious, but his face softens immediately when he sees me. His eyes are wide and cautious. Suddenly he looks so tired, and my heart constricts. Consult a doctor.
Better yet, go to a loony bin.
What appears to happen is that somebody trashed her car in the parking lot. In the parking lot, somebody broke the windows of her car and threw paint on it, and the security dealer was concerned. Please let me explain. And because the car had broken windows and paint thrown on it, they were concerned the intruder may have gained access to the apartment directly above. So security told them to please wait here while security investigated and secured the apartment and made sure it was safe. However, Christian Grey, being an idiot and having a 1-inch penis, insisted on going in himself and leaving her in the lobby, and even having his security physically block her from following him because he needed to go in. But then it turned out no one was there. They had a reasonable belief that somebody was. Fair play. But also, any reasonable security in the history of the planet would have never let Christian Grey, who was probably the target of the stalking, or like one of the 50-50, it was him or her, or both, they would never have let him go in there. Any decent security would have said, no, sir, you're waiting here right now. I remind you, Nancy Pelosi herself, under the January 6th riot attack, got stuffed into a maintenance room by 4 security people, the door locked, and when she screamed at them that she needed to go find the 4 AOC, I can't remember their names, god damn it.
Ilhan Omar?
Ilhan Omar, Jayapal, who are the other 2? Ilhan Omar, I can't remember. The 4, they got nominated together, they were elected together, they became known as the 4, and apparently in the moment, after they didn't make it out of the building, so they had to put 3rd in command of the presidency, which was under attack, into a bland room and lock the door. She said, like, go find AOC, go find Ilhan Omar, go find Kamala Jayapal, or the person whose name I can't remember, Ilhan Omar. Go find all of them, and she ordered them, and they're like, ma'am, our job is to protect you. You have to stay here. And she's like, no, I'm here. I'm behind the locked door. You go find them. They're going to kill her. They're going to kill them. You go get them. You go get them right now. And they had to tell her, like, ma'am, our job is to protect you.
So
please sit in that chair.
Fuck Ilhan Omar.
And it wasn't that. No, it wasn't. She wasn't saying that, but that's my point. Good security. No, they weren't saying that. And how dare you?
No, I am, though.
Are you voting for Trump? Am I stupid? What?
Well, yeah, I support him.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm not.
So what? I'm sorry, what?
Look, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't want to.
No, this is not a good idea, but what the fuck is wrong with you is my good idea.
The economy was stronger. There's no.
We don't live in that country.
What happens
You're
in
not even
America
watching. We're
affects
both
the
Canadian,
entire,
by the way. Yes, it does.
especially
He's a
the
convicted rapist.
what if what the
No,
fuck is Joe Biden doing? He's
I'm
snipping
sorry. Are you
girls.
high? If this is a joke or an attempt to be one, stop now.
No, it's not.
I've known you for months. This is never, and we have talked about this before. So what the fuck?
I've stayed silent. I've bitten my tongue because
Okay, so what, you think you're pranking me live on stream or
no,
something?
no, I'm not. I'm
No,
not.
you are, because we have talked about this before and you never said anything like this. So I think you are playing a stupid joke right now. I think
I'm
you
not.
think you're being funny.
I'm not.
Also, we're both Canadian to anyone watching, so his opinion on American politics, as well as mine, for that matter,
Mhm,
doesn't matter. We don't
mhm.
live there. We can't vote there. We're Canadian observers who, like, this is what we think, but we don't live there.
Mhm.
But you're not going to tell me you support a rapist. And I think you are being, I think something's off right now because I'm not hearing truth. I'm hearing weird. I don't know if you think you're funny.
No, I'm
What the
not
fuck
being
ever.
dead serious.
No, I don't think you are. I think no, because I've heard you before and we talked about this before. And you weren't like this, and I'm not playing a game or something. Like,
No, I know you're not.
no, but I have a sense that something's weird. So I'm going to disconnect you now and I'm going to finish reading and then we'll talk later. But you're not yourself right now, is what I know. Yeah, that's why. Something's wrong with him. I don't know what, but we genuinely have had political discussions before that never went that way, and something, I don't know. Yeah, and there are people that I'm friends with that are in this chat that I disagree with their opinion of Trudeau, and we have different opinions on Canadian politics and who's what, and Trudeau and Poilievre, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the Western guy. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Sorry, but Trudeau versus Poilievre, because they're the next big, like, they're gonna go at it. But the other guy from the West, and there's the guy from BC as well. His name I can't remember. And have your opinion, like, fine. But that's not what was happening there, and I'm sorry, and I hope everyone understands that was not a political disagreement, because I don't know what the hell. I'm sorry, but something is wrong with him right there. Because we've had that discussion before, and it's not. And again, it's not about who we want to support. I don't care who somebody wants to support. It's the how, and it's also that's not your usual opinion. To where, like, did somebody put cough syrup in your coffee? No, they were. Yeah, no, they are. And I can't believe that Doug Ford is still in power. I genuinely cannot believe that. Because he was the most sympathy hire ever in the history of Canada. Most sympathy hire ever. Not that his brother didn't actually do some good things, but also obviously went down in flaming scandal and caused the first, like, Canadian international scandal, to where the rest of the world's like, hey, this was actually part of comedy bits for months. Hey, Canada has a scandal. They never have a scandal. Canada has a scandal. Everybody look over there. They were so right, and we deserved every bit of it, and I loved every bit of it, because hell yeah. But yeah, we were idiots. And yeah, this guy was so, like, and also, but compared to, and if you fucking compare, that's still not on the history of political scandals. A guy being a coke addict, cheating man slut, not really gonna make the list. My personal favorite is still Republicans in Congress getting caught with gay hookers and meth. So any level of Republican and gay will do for my personal entertainment. I cannot breathe so much. I feel like my chest is filling up every second. It's really bad. Give me more water. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yes, it was. I watched that myself. Go around the world, and yes, it was. And I lived like 25 minutes from Toronto. Yes, it was funny AF, and every moment of comedy was earned, and I was so here for it. And you want to make fun of my country for finally having an actual political scandal that merits notice? Because that's what I'm saying. The political scandals in America, specifically, because obviously that's like our closest neighbor, and then other parts of the world, they're so much more egregious than what Doug Ford was alleged, because he died before he was ever fully prosecuted, sadly. And I don't mean sadly that it was impossible. I mean sadly that he died, and that really was like that was genuinely sad. Like seriously, did you die? Like have respect. But the scandal was funny, especially when he publicly was accused of asking a member of parliament to quote dine on her vagina, and then publicly stated, quote, I get enough to eat at home. Which allegedly his wife like filed the divorce for like 3 years later. Like, seriously. Nobody ever did. No, nobody ever did, but please somebody look up video. This is the truth. The first time, and this was at I believe it was a GN. I may be wrong. But it was a heavy international. It was one of those places where 100 world leaders get together once. I believe it was not GN. Why did I say GN? UN. Sorry, UN conference meeting in Britain, I believe, hosted by Boris Johnson, and I believe it was the first time that Trump and Trudeau ever actually met. They were in a room that was very yellow. They were in those gold yellow chairs, and what happened was it was a meet and greet. Because this was a big event for everyone coming. It's G7. That's what it is. It's just G7 conference. It was a G7 conference. And so Trudeau came in to do the meet and greet and shake Trump's hand and have a picture taken. And it was supposed to be 5 minutes. But then they were pressed in the room. And so they started asking questions and Trump started answering them. And so it turned into like a 50-minute event where Trudeau was effectively forced to sit there, and there's a wide shot photo that somebody like I need this photo because I need to print it and frame it of where Trump is like looking at his phone but also talking to reporters in the room because he's taking like his 97th question. But Trudeau is very tall, by the way. He's like leaned back and he's looking at his phone. If he's leaned back and his legs are fully out straight, and he personifies the portrait of laissez-faire. And then he was famously he got picked up on hot mic, as did Boris Johnson, after this impromptu press conference had ended, and they went into the cocktail reception, and Trudeau walked over to Boris Johnson and Emmanuel Macron, I believe, and the three of them, while drinking a glass of champagne, got picked up on hot mic, and I think it was Johnson who asked Trudeau, like, why are you so late? And he said, because he takes a 45-minute press conference off the top. And he looked like what he had a what the fuck expression, but also like the picture of him leaning back, because clearly it's at like 5 minutes plus, he realized that basically Trump was just going to talk to the press, and people had literally forgotten there was another world leader sitting right there. So he just like leaned back and was like, he was like checking his Insta for the whole time, because nobody even asked him a question at all. Nobody asked him a thing. Like, you could paint him out of the portrait and nobody would ever know. And yes, I'm doing a thing, and I should be reading. Or I could just call it a night, because it's almost midnight. Nah. Oh my god, we have 25 pages left. Alright, we'll see how far we get before I get too tired and go to bed, but make it up if we can. Also, handcuffs still available, but we're out of booze. And that's probably a good idea. But handcuffs and other things by request. I'm going to take requests at this point. Like, everyone knows what I got on hand. I'll take requests at this point. But, yeah. Where are we? In my fuddled state, blah blah. Oh, and yeah, that's where she's not sure. Ghost Girl arrived. Climbing groggily out of bed, I set off to hunt him down, disconcerted by my overactive imagination. I'm seeing things now. It must be a reaction to the dramatic events of the evening, or he roofied her. This is so like a prelude to the Alessia Maxim roofie scenes. The main room is empty. The only light emanating from the 3 pendulum lamps on the breakfast bar. But his study door is ajar, and I hear him on the phone. I don't know why you're calling at this hour. I have nothing to say to you. Well, you can tell me now. You don't have to leave a message. I stand motionless by the door, eavesdropping guiltily. Who is he talking to? No, you listen. I asked you, and now I'm telling you. Leave her alone. She's nothing to do with you. Do you understand? He sounds belligerent and angry. I hesitate to knock. I know you do, but I mean it, Elena. Leave her the fuck alone. Do I need to put it in triplicate for you? Are you hearing me? So he's threatening her business, obviously. Oh shit. I knock tentatively on the door. What? He snarls, and I almost want to run and hide. Again, if this is the person you're currently fucking, and I don't care what the state of your relationship is, but if you're fucking this person, and them responding in a certain way makes you want to run and hide, run away and don't look back. Mm. And he blinks, his eyes sweep down my legs and then back again. I'm wearing one of his t-shirts. You should be in silk or satin, Anastasia. He breathes. But even in my t-shirts, you look beautiful. Like, seriously. He has this, like, glorification bullshit going on. I know there's a name for it, I just can't remember it right now. But it's the putting her on a pedestal, making her a deity, like it's a like Grecian goddess type of word. I can't remember the word. But yeah, that's what he's doing. Do you know what you mean to me? He murmurs. If something happened to you, because of me. His voice trails off, his brow creasing, and the pain that flashes across his face is almost palpable. He looks very vulnerable, his fear very much apparent. Nothing's going to happen to me, I reassure him, my voice soothing. I reach up and stroke his face, running my fingers through the stubble on his cheek. It's unexpectedly soft. Your beard grows quickly, I whisper, unable to hide the wonder in my voice at this beautiful, fucked up man who stands before me. I trace the line of his bottom lip and then trail my fingers down his throat to the faint smudge of lipstick on the base of his neck. He gazes down at me, still not touching me. Oh yeah, in the last scene she also did the drawing lipstick around his chest in the no-go area bullshit from the movie. And apparently, even though he's showered and bathed several times, that lipstick really has staying power. My fingers reach the edge of his shirt and I run them down to the next fastened button. I'm not going to touch you. I just want to undo your shirt, I whisper. His eyes open wide, regarding me with alarm. But he doesn't move. He doesn't stop me. Very slowly, I unfasten the buttons, holding the material away from his skin, and move tentatively down to the next button, repeating the process, slowly concentrating on what I'm doing. I don't want to touch him. Well, I do, but I won't. On the fourth button, the red line appears, and I smile shyly up at him. Back on home territory. Fucking A. Are you fucking kidding me? For real? Ugh. I so wish I had another drink right now. But we'll see. Ugh. Hmm. Alright, we haven't had a stretch in a minute. I'm gonna stretch for a second. Oh. Hmm. I'm really growing really attached to the short hair. Which, not usually my thing, but, nah. It could grow on me. Oops. Clicked the wrong thing. Oops. Hello. There it is. Okay. Let's see how far we get. We may not get all the way to the end of this chapter. I may post a midweek, impromptu bullshit to finish this. Because I'm really, really, really tired. And we have genuinely been at this for 4 hours, so for real. Please don't accuse me of being undedicated. But I am sick, so we may have to have a Wednesday finish this chapter session. Well, we'll see how far we get. Also, handcuffs still available, drinks not. What do you think of it? Anything else? I trace the line of his bottom lip and then trail my fingers down his throat to the faint smudge of lipstick at the base of his neck. Oh, wait, I think I refer this. What I do? Yeah, home territory. Can I take your shirt off? I ask him, my voice low. He nods, eyes still wide, as I reach up and pull his shirt over his shoulders. He frees his hands so he's standing in front of me, naked from the waist up, with his shirt still up. He seems to recover his equilibrium. He smirks down at me. What about my pants, Miss Steele? He asks, raising an eyebrow. In the bedroom. I want you in your bed. Do you now, Miss Steele? You are insatiable. I can't think why. I grab his hand and pull him from his study and lead him to his bedroom. The room is chilly. Why would it be? Why would the room be colder than anywhere else? You open the balcony door? He asks, frowning down at me as we arrive in his room. No, I don't remember doing that. I recall scanning the room when I woke. The door is definitely closed. Oh shit. All the blood rushes from my face and I stare at Christian with my mouth open. What? He snaps, glaring at me. When I woke, there was someone here, I whisper. I thought it was my imagination. What? He looks horrified and dashes to the balcony door. peers out, and then steps back into the room and locks the door tight behind him. Are you sure? Who? He asks, his voice tight. A woman, I think. It was dark. I'd only just woken up. Get dressed, he snarls at me on his way back in. Now. My clothes are upstairs. I whimper. Why are you whimpering? Okay, I need a moment. Why are you Okay, so she's saying, like, he didn't notice his door was open. One, he didn't notice his door was open in a room after they fucked. Two, he's like bitching at her because of this. Like, I genuinely am sick and there's 20 pages left of this, so I promise you right now I'm not getting through this whole chapter. I'm gonna call, it's been 4 hours, I'm gonna call the end when I want to call the end. Anybody wants to put cups on me, this is your last chance. This is your last chance to put cups on me for as long as I want to read before I call a pause, and I will finish this midweek by having, like, breathing through my nose trouble. I sound weird. I can tell I sound weird. I need to freaking eat some food and go to sleep. So I'm gonna look for an appropriate place to end, but expect book club to end within the next 5 to 10 minutes because I'm gonna find an appropriate place to stop, and then I will do a finish up on Wednesday so we can start fresh the next Saturday, Wednesday or Thursday, we'll see. But yeah, last chance if you want to tip your waitress or put anything in the comments. You got about 3 minutes. And this was not how tonight was supposed to go, by the way. I was supposed to be able to enjoy myself and not feel like crap because I'm sick and still dealing with my bank and bullshit, and this is supposed to be fun, but now it's not, and bullshit, and people yelling, and I don't. Home territory, t-shirt, a woman, I think. It was dark. I'd only just woken up. Get dressed, he snarls at me on his way back in. Now. My clothes are upstairs, I whimper. I'm sorry, if you're a grown woman and you're whimpering and it's not part of a role play, you need therapy and a good hard smack in the face. He pulls open one of the drawers in his chest of drawers and fishes out a pair of sweatpants. Put these on. They're far too big, but he's not to be argued with. He's not to be argued with! He's burning Dursley right now. He swipes a t-shirt too and quickly pulls it over his head, grabbing the bedside phone. He presses 2 buttons. She's still fucking here. He hisses down the phone. Approximately 3 seconds later, Taylor and one of the other security guys burst into Christian's bedroom. Christian gives them a PRE / above the E CIS Precis. Even if this is in English, I don't think I heard this word. Of what happened. How long ago? Taylor demands. Also, by the way, moron, you were so sexed up that when you came in this room, you didn't realize the window was already open or whatever. Your security should have. But that doesn't mean anybody's actually still here. And also, if you think somebody's actually still here, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving and taking the person you think is their target away? Instead, you're just yelling at your security and saying, like, secure the place, make sure she's not still in here while we stay here. You're an idiot. About 10 minutes, I murmur, for some reason feeling guilty. She knows the apartment like the back of her hand, says Christian. I'm taking Anastasia away now. She's hiding here somewhere. Find her. When is Gail back? Tomorrow evening, sir. She's not to return until this place is secure. Understand? Christian snaps. Yes, sir. Will you be going to Bellevue? I swear it says Bellevue like New York Criminal Hospital. I'm not leading this problem to my parents. Book me somewhere. Also, way to give specific book me somewhere. I'm rich and powerful and I need to not live in my own house right now, so book me somewhere. Also, I'm pretty sure Bellevue, because it literally says Bellevue. I'm sorry. Anyone who knows SVU, you know what Bellevue means. I'm sorry, but you know. So, yeah, and we're going to call it right there. For the first time in History Book Club, I feel like fucking shit. We've had a tumultuous night in the comments. It's after midnight, and I so need to just sleep and drink a lot of orange juice. So we're gonna stop mid-chapter. There's gonna be a midweek book club to finish the last let me count here. It is about 20 pages. These chapters are long. That's what I said. I've said from the beginning. These chapters don't work out the way that I planned this out. We read so much and so much nothing tonight. Thank you for everyone watching. You're fantastic and I love you all. There will be a probably Wednesday or Thursday where we'll finish the chapter. There's not going to be a lot of notice. It's going to be impromptu, but then we will start on an even footing next week on Saturday. So look for the midweek session. If you can be here, it will be in the evening, so it's easier for people who are working. Donations still expected, appreciated for anyone that wants to. Sorry, I sound so stuffy. Hopefully, I won't. By Wednesday, hopefully, I'm feeling better. I don't sound like this. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for reading through this terrible book and for your thoughts on my new hair. Thank you, everyone, for being really appreciative. I'm really, genuinely, supportive for real of my hair and saying it still looks okay because I'm so self-conscious about short hair and I look bad or ugly or like a boy. So thank you everyone that really said nice things. Thank you a lot. You're all so special. And I love you so much. And thank you for being here. And I'm sorry this week went off the rails in unexpected ways that I didn't mean to, and I'm sorry for. And I'm just dealing with myself, and that's why I need to call it an early night because I'm not okay to be here. So everyone, I hope you do have a good night, and please love on your Furbies. Please love each other. Please say kind things to each other and drink your orange juice, which I wish I had a gallon of right now. So it would sound like this. Everyone, have a good night. I'll be with you soon. Talk to you later. Love your fur babies. Rub their bellies. Look for the midweek chapter wrap up because it'll be impromptu, I guarantee you. But then next Saturday we'll return as scheduled. Thank you so much. And love on your furries, rub their bellies. Have a good night and take care of you. Bye bye.